Okay, we're clear now. We're ready for liftoff. Gran Turismo 7, man. I want to finish this. Yes, I'm drinking my Frappuccino, as you can imagine. We are playing Gran Turismo 7 Cafe. I was going to do Star Wars Skywalker, but I figured by the time I download it, by the time I install it and all this other jazz, it's just going to take up too much time. We can maybe do it on Friday. We can do Skywalker on Friday, probably. But right now, we're going to do some Gran Turismo Cafe. We're going to finish this, hopefully, for Mark Goncharuk. We got, what, 5.5 hours to do this. Roughly 6 hours, 5 hours. Well, let's just put it 5 hours and 45 minutes. I'm going to skip through this. You know, I still need to go ahead and use that Logitech G29. I have the damn thing and I should use it. I'm talking about a racing wheel, Logitech G29. And I have the damn thing, it just sits there. I need to plug it in and try it out. Alright, let's go. Let's go Miami Vice. Testarossa. Got 5 laps to go. This is a very tough track. Not only is it tough, but at the same time, you got all this rain pouring down. But they do give you 5 laps, so you got plenty of time to take over these cars in front of you. Nice and easy, nice and easy. Oh yeah, I have upgraded this Testarossa to, I believe, level 6. Or what they call that, 600p. It's basically the horsepower and how, you know, fast the car is. So it's like at 600 overall. And you can't cross that 600 threshold, otherwise you'll get disqualified. All right, level, what is it, position 6, no, position 8, position 8. Position 8, it's a good place to be. We still got 3 more laps to go. We got plenty of time. Come on, come on. Easy does it. There you go. I'm gonna go for the first place if I can. You know. There we go. That's it. That's the spirit. First place. Got it. Got it. Two more laps. 2 more laps. Oh, no you don't. No you don't. You know, I just realized there's a signal light in this game, like blinkers, right blinkers, left blinkers. Why they have the signal light in this game? It's beyond me. It's, you know, it's a racing game. You know, it's not like a driving simulator. Oh, this guy's trying to pass me by. Alright, let's go. We got 2 more laps. Gotta play it safe. All right, 1 more lap. Look, that rain has stopped. Good. I like how the weather changes. First it's raining, then it stops as you go through more laps. I just realized that. This corner right here, man. I hate this corner. All right. Play it safe. I have one more lap. Here comes the rain on the last lap. Come on, come on. Don't screw it up right now. Oh no! Come on, come on. No, 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 no. Oh, that's bullshit. No, no, you will not. Got it. Got it. Woo. That's where I want to be. Okay, number one, first place, perfect. All right, let's move on to the next race. Let's do this. All right, this next race is gonna be a doozy. All right, part number 2. Do not let me down, boy. On to the next race. Ooh, Suzuka circuit. Oh, God. The worst. The worst. You know what? I don't get it. Like, if I won the first race, why am I at the last position? Why do I have to start at the last position? I don't get that. Come on. Ah, shit. Come on, come on. Slowly but surely, climbing up to the position 12, position 11. It's almost like a surgical procedure, man, this track. Suzuka, I hate Suzuka circuit. I don't think so, DB11. No, 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 no. This is a Testarossa passing you by. Come on, come on, come on. Come on. Oh, I hate this curved Suzuka track. It's like a labyrinth, man. It's the worst. Come on. Two more laps. Come on. Ah, fuck it. Ah, damn it. The guy hit me from behind. That's what she said. He T-boned me. Come on. One more lap. Damn it. I hate when this shit happens. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, for fuck's sake. For fuck's sake. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Come on! Come on! For fuck's sake. For anyone's sake. Look at this shit. Always the same bullshit. The way this game is coded. You have to stay in this fucking trajectory. If you don't, it's like automatically you get fucking pushed in a corner. Just a bad coding on this game, man. Totally unrealistic, man. It doesn't even matter what fucking car you're driving, as long as you stay with this line. With this lane, as long as you stay with this lane, you're good. That's total horseshit, man. I mean, that has to be the biggest horseshit ever. Look at it, look at this. Oh, come on, man. Stop taking a piss. Alright, 5th place is better than nothing. So, the previous track, I was number 1. Here I'm number 5. So, 1st, 5th. Okay, I'm still number 1. Ooh, I got a roulette ticket. Nice. All right, here comes the 3rd track, the worst track. Here we go. Dragon Trail. Jesus. Ugh. I hate this one. Alright, let's do this. Let's focus. Come on, son. Dragon Trail. Game of Thrones. Just follow the line, follow the line. That's all you have to do in this game. Just follow the path. Follow the path. The yellow path. Or the orange path, whatever you want to call it. And I guess you're gonna be alright. But if you go out of the path, that's it, you're done. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on! 4 more laps to go. Come on. Keep it steady. Keep it steady. You got this. You got this, son. Keep pushing, keep pushing. Keep pushing, babe. Push through. There you go, babe. Done. All right, 3 more laps to go. Keep that shit steady. You've got this. Third lap. Come on. Let's make it happen. Oh, don't fuck it up now, dude. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't cock it up. Just push him, push him. There you go. Oh, oh no! Oh, we still got 2 more laps to go, man. Don't fuck it up. Come on! Take him over, dude. Take his ass. There you go. 6th, 7th place. Alright. I can live with that. I can live with the 6th place. Alright, it's fine. 1, 5, 6. Hopefully that will make me number 3 or number 2, whatever. Overall. You also earn good points if you drive clean. You know, if you're a clean driver. That also counts as well. Not just your position, but also how clean you drive. If I'm not correct. I think so. This is dangerous right here. This is the one. This right here, this tail, dragon tail right here, is that I hate. Right before the tunnel. See? This bullshit. Come on, asshole. Come on, asshole. Relax your anus. There you go. Relax your goddamn anus, man. Enough. Don't fuck it up now, dude. No. Don't even think about that. I got this guy behind me that won't relax his anus. Son of a bitch. Alright, 6th place is a good place to be, I guess. But it ain't over yet till the fat lady sings. Alright, this is dangerous right here, right here. This is... Where's the fucking danger? No! This is where the danger comes, right here. This right here, this asshole. Fuck you. Fuck you, mother, father. Relax your anus. Just he won't relax his anus, man. Both his anus and cock don't want to relax. Get in there, relax your anus. Alright, let's see what we did. 6th, so 1st, 5th, and 6th, plus some extra points of clean driving. Let's see if I win this shit. If I win it, all right, let's see. 2nd place. Okay, I can deal with that. I should win this, bro. It's 2nd place. Come on. Yes! I can relax my anus. I can relax my anus. You see, we did it. Mark Goncharuk, we did it. We made it happen. Time for some coffee. I can relax my anus right now. Oh, Lord. Hey, what's up, Cameron? How you doing, brother? You want to jump in the party chat? Now that I can relax my anus, that I finally won this thing? All right, let me open the party. The party is open. Hold on. I'm gonna start the party. Open party. Start the party, Richter. There we go. The party is open. Cafe extravaganza. All right, Cameron, take your time. But you know what the trick is? With Gran Turismo, you have to follow that path, you know, that trajectory path. This is the mistake that I was making. I did follow the path, and you got to follow the yellow line, you know, that path. It doesn't matter really how fast your car is. It all depends on how you follow that trajectory. If you don't follow that trajectory, you're always going to fall to the left, and you're going to fall to the right off the track. So you have to follow that trajectory. This is the very important tip. Hey, what's up, Donald McCormick? Good to see you too, man. How's that shadow working for you? Have you played Call of Duty? How's the Call of Duty running? I find out that for me personally, Call of Duty runs the best at 1440p. Like standard settings, when it comes to graphics presets, I would keep everything like at the medium to standard and then select 1440p. And you're going to see a drastic performance with 1440p. So, I don't know, I might do a video on that actually. I might do a video on that. I might like give you my my presets for 1440p. Call of Duty Modern Warfare Shadow. But I hope everything's good with you. I hope you had a halfway through the week. We're almost done with this week. We got tomorrow, one more day. Thank God. One more bloody day, then it's Friday. Oh, you my party chat? Hold on, let me see. It's Edo79 party, but I don't see you. Let me invite you. Let me invite you. Hold on. Oh, here we go. That's it. Yeah, I'm under Edo79. You know, people ask me, why do you call yourself Edo? Are you Japanese? Are you Brazilian? I said no. I'm Bosnian American, but Bosnian Americans also have short for Edo. For if like my name is Eden, like Edinburgh, Eden. So they call me Edo in short. You know. Like Richard, it's short for Dick.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Cameron? How you doing, man? How are you? Can you hear me?
Well, how about you?
Doing
yeah,
good.
I can hear you perfect.
Doing good, man. Finally, I can relax my anus. I have figured out how to win this shit. And,
Nice.
yeah, I finally got it. And the trick was to follow the trajectory of the path. You know, one of the mistakes I was making with Gran Turismo is you have to follow the yellow line, that path. It doesn't really matter how fast your car is and how suit up it is, even though that's important. That's important as well, to have a really nice car with everything balanced. but you got to follow that trajectory. And I think this is probably the best tip that I'm giving everybody for free, Cameron. I'm not charging $5. It's a tip, so it's, you know, follow the trajectory. You'll be all right. So
you can hear me good too, right?
Oh yeah, I hear you perfectly. As a matter of fact, yeah.
Yeah. So how do you? I mean, what do you think about GT7? I mean, I've heard people complain about the fact that there's so much stuff you got to buy or pay for or whatever.
That part I don't like. But you know what it is? I look at it this way. I flip the coin and I look at it from both sides of the coin. And when I look at it from both sides of the coin, I can see why some people are complaining about it, why it's so expensive. And the reason everything's so expensive is because they don't want you to be able to cheat your way out of this game. Unlike, you know, Call of Duty or Grand Theft Auto where you can buy stuff. Here, you're going to have to spend a lot of money. For one car, $40. So good luck, right? You're going to spend $40 on each car? I don't think so.
Really, $40? That much? Holy shit.
Yeah. Because one car is 11 million, the other car is the 2 million, 4 million, and it costs a lot of money. But I think they're doing this to force you to really spend time, to spend 6 months or 2 months or 3 months to play this game, to unlock everything. So that way, you see, right now, I feel good. I can relax my anus because I really worked hard to unlock this championship. I really worked hard to unlock all of these features, and there's a sense of reward, right? If you buy everything, that's cheating. There's no sense of reward, right? You don't feel any sense of accomplishment because you cheat your way out of it. You bought yourself out of everything. But with this, they're forcing you to race and spend time and months of racing, so that way you can accomplish and say, hey, I did it without buying anything. And that makes me feel good, at least, you know. That's the way I look at it, you know.
I watched a video, I think a couple weeks ago with Solid Rev. You know Solid Rev, right?
Yeah.
And he bought this game, and he said in 2022 he's been playing a lot of PS5, and he said when he bought this game, he was playing before, you know, the Forza game, was it Forza 5, the new one, and he said he didn't really like the Forza 5, and when he played this game, he said everybody was like you said, everybody was complaining about the fact that now you have to spend money, or there's so many things that now, like he's like, people are complaining that every time you look at the game it's saying, okay, spend this. But he said he didn't really see that in his experience, but he said what he liked about the Gran Turismo 7 was the mechanics of the game. He said in comparison to like the Forza, he says when you play the Forza, every car feels the same.
It's like arcade-ish, Feels more like arcade, like Outrun, you know.
Yeah, and he said in this game you can buy a fucking Subaru, and then you can go buy like a muscle car, and the cars, I mean, it's like real life. They have a completely different, handling, power, and your entire gameplay changes. So he said he was actually surprised that he actually really liked this game, and he didn't think he was gonna like it. But he said in the beginning, he said there's a learning curve. You got to do the license, and he was like, But once he got the license and he started to play the game, he's like, holy fuck. He said he really enjoyed it. He's been putting some lot of serious hours, and that's what I find with Gran Turismo. Once you
you have to get into
the license,
it. Though. Yeah, you have to get into it. You have to learn the mechanics. Like I learned the mechanics. You know, it's a trial and error. You know, it's not like you can't just look at other racing games and expect this one to be the same. With this one, it's like they're forcing you to learn how to drive in a perfect trajectory, which is a good lesson to learn, like how to take this corner, how to take that corner. You know, you can't just bypass somebody and then go in a curvature, and then, of course, you're going to spin, you're going to hit the wall. It doesn't matter how great your car is. So they're teaching you how to drive properly, but at the same time, to really experience Gran Turismo, you got to have a proper set of, a racing wheel. That's another great thing. Yeah.
That's another thing I was gonna ask you, because you remember what was it? I think it was like a while ago. We were playing GT Sport. We were racing each other. So I remember I went and I looked on YouTube, and all of the guys who are like pros at Gran Turismo, none of them are using the controller. I mean, they all bought like a dedicated steering wheel. Some of them, they even made like a chair, and then they attached a steering wheel, and they got the shifters, and they said to play this game like a real, like to have the best experience, you gotta have the setup, like the steering wheel or whatever. And another difference is I tell people, this game is not a game. Like if Forza is a game, this is a simulator. It's a simulation. It's different. Everything is about detail, you know, precision. Kind of like the flight simulator, right?
Yeah,
like the flight simulator.
is. And you got to remember, this is the only game that's like accurately licensed. They licensed all these cars. Like everything, it's exactly the way it should be. Like you can look at these cars and go to the dealership, and the reference is identical, 100%. You know. And it's always been a real driving simulator since I remember, since 97, 98. I remember it first came out, right?
Yeah, the first one I played was part 3. What was that? Gran Turismo A-Spec, was it?
Yeah, 2001,
I thought that was an incredible game.
Yeah,
I thought that was an incredible game.
Man, I played the hell out of that, man. That's the reason I bought a PS2, was because of the A-Spec. And, of course, you know, Metal Gear, Sons of Liberty, you know, Gear 2 and all that. But the sure, Ace Combat goes in there as well, but this was one of the main reasons. I remember it was like a June of 2001 summer, and I bought that blue Logitech racing wheel with a Gran Turismo 3 A-Spec and a PlayStation 2. Bro, I went to Circuit City. Back then, they had like a Circuit City, and I went to bought it. Man, it was one of the... Me and my friends, all we were playing is that shit, bro. Just constantly playing. We would go like party, we would go hang out, and then we come back. Yeah.
But back then, the online experience was nothing like what it is now, obviously, because back then, you know, it was like a hit or miss, right?
Well, let me tell you, I miss. You know what I miss? I miss like when you are all in the same room and take turns and play. Okay. You know, like the arcade experience. Like when you go to the arcade and everybody's there, you can actually see the person right next to you. You know, unlike, you know, people talking to each other, you know, thousands of miles away, right? And they're like talking to each other on a, and they can block each other and all that. When you're in person, you know, you can't block each other. You have to fight each other. You're like right there, right? So it's kind of a cool experience, you know, I miss that. And I think you talked about it too, because you were a Street Fighter guy. In the arcade,
exactly,
so you missed that experience. It's such a, you know, the kids don't get it these days. It was so much more social, much better, man. You met more friends, and yes, even you met more chicks too, by playing around in that circle. When you are online, you know, it's such a anonymous experience. You know, you can't feel what I'm feeling, even if you look at me through a camera. There is a certain vibe when you are playing with groups of people in the same room. Such an energy, like also too, great energy,
and
man.
Also too, in the arcade, you know, like the main games, you know, like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Killer Instinct. Every neighborhood, when I grew up here in Toronto, every neighborhood in Toronto, they always had an arcade and they had a Street Fighter machine. So when you would go to like a different neighborhood, everybody knew that this neighborhood, these guys were the best players. So like on the Fridays, we would go to like a different neighborhood to challenge the main players from that neighborhood, and that's the experience you don't get now. So you go there with your friends, you know, you're all like, we were all like 14 years old. You go there with your friends and you have like your little crew. It was almost like the fucking Eminem and 8 Mile, you know, when you go with like your little friend and you have like your little rap battle. But we had our little Street Fighter battle, and then we would go there, we would all put our quarters on top of the machine, and then these guys would come in there, you know, and I tell people that's you're never gonna have that playing the game online. Like, yeah, sure, the game online now, it looks better and you can play against everybody in the world, but you going there with your friends, and your friends are like standing behind you, and you're like the main player, and then you're playing their main player.
You can't change that, man. You can't change that. No, listen, no one can change that. It's like going to a concert, you know, or you can put on a VR headset, but it's not the same thing. You know, like watching a movie by yourself or with your girlfriend or whoever. at home, sure, it's okay. But watching a movie in a big movie theater and there's so many people there chanting and you feeling the energy of the expression of the audience, of how they react to the scene, right? How they react to the movie. That's the experience that stays with you. I remember when I went to see The Dark Knight. I'll never forget the experience and the energy of people when the Joker finally showed up. Oh, it was just unbelievable.
Sure.
That's the one experience you can never erase. You can never. It stays with you. So this is why. This is something. It's always told people movie theaters will never completely die. They might, be dead for a little bit, but I don't think that they're ever going. There's always going to be that yearning for, like, I want to say comeback. I'm sure that the theater's going to die a little bit or take a little break, right? But I think there's going to be, after 10 years, people are going to get tired of watching movies at home or on their phones or on their tablets, and they're going to have the yearning, right? The yearning for, hey, I want to experience a movie in a big silver screen, right? So this is something that I think there will be a comeback,
Well, what I'm seeing right now too is, like, even though the movie theaters are kind of like dying out, what you're seeing now though is that movie theaters are starting to like replay iconic movies. So like I see now the fucking Cineplex, they're going to be playing all of the original Harry Potter movies.
Yeah.
So it's like an experience. If you didn't, and one time I think they did that with the Lord of the Rings extended edition as well. So I think that's like kind of cool, especially for the younger people who were never born when these movies were in the cinema. Like I tell people, I remember as a kid when I used to live in Montreal, Canada. My mom, she took me and my brother when we were kids to go watch Terminator 2 in the cinema. Like how many people can say nowadays that they've seen Terminator 2 on the cinema, or like fucking Van Damme. You remember Van Damme Double Impact? I remember they wouldn't let me in because there was a scene when Van Damme was like fucking making out with the chick and you could see her tits. They wouldn't let me in. So, but my grandmother snuck me in, right? Because she knew I was
How about a RoboCop? I remember seeing RoboCop. Man, my father took me and my brother to see RoboCop, and that movie. And I was very young, and that movie definitely was not for younger audience. And I think we saw the director's cut version. It was in Europe. It was a not edited version. In the United States, it was a little bit edited, but in Europe, they showed everything. The brutality of Murphy, right? Alex Murphy being killed. So. I enjoyed it, but that was the experience that I'll never forget of me, my brother, and my father. Every time I see RoboCop, it reminds me of that experience that I had with my brother and my father, and it's something you can't buy. The experience is something you can't buy. The experience is something that you experience. And it stays with you. This I always tell people, I don't care how powerful your VR headsets are, and I don't care how big your movie theater in the home is. You can't change that cinematic experience being with 300, 400 people, maybe more, right, in a movie theater. You can't change that, in my opinion. So same thing here. Same thing with the online, you're talking to somebody, thousands of miles away, and that person doesn't really know you, and they think they know you because they talk to you a little bit, through the headset, right? And then they block you, they talk shit about you, and then they hide, you don't know where they are, blah, 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 blah. It's such a pussy-whipped experience, if you will. I like the experience of when me and you are in the same room, right? And your friend is there, my cousin, whoever. We're all in the same room, and then we can kind of talk to each other, and and have that experience, like that community, like a social community experience. But the kids don't have that anymore. They just have TikTok and the phone, looking like, do you have a Skype? Like, no, dude. Do you have a home address? Let's go hang out, right? That's what I always tell people. No, I don't have a Skype. Do you have a home address? No, I don't give a home address. Okay, then we don't talk. Like, what I mean? It's like, it's such a different beast, such a different time, man. You know, not to mention the people nowadays are so paranoid. Like when you walk down the street, everybody's looking at you as if you are some kind of a freak or whatever. You know, all of these things go through their heads because they get pumped all this negativity through news media and the internet, and they think as soon as you walk outside, there's going to be some crazy person
Terrorist
out
attack.
there, or terrorist, or some murderer, or some rapist, or some fucking pedophile, or some, you know, crazy bastard. Yes, they do exist, but it doesn't mean as soon as you fucking step outside, or if you meet somebody, that automatically they're going to be crazy. But right now, this generation has that in their mind. They've been brainwashed to think that, ooh, everything's so negative, right? You know? They think if you go to Baltimore that automatically you're going to get jacked, you're going to get killed, or sure, there's bad parts in Baltimore. I've been there. Sure, there's bad parts in Brooklyn and Queens and New York.
Everywhere in the world.
There's
everywhere
bad
in the world.
parts in Toronto that you don't want to go to.
Yeah.
West Miami, there's bad parts, but you don't go to these bad parts. You know, you hang around in the good parts. So, but that's the problem right now, and everybody's so insecure, everybody's so scared, and everybody's tough, right, on the microphone and the cell phone, because it's easy to talk about other people hiding thousands of miles away, right? You know, safely in your cocoon, and that's the problem I see these days with the whole internet and social media thing. You know, that's the sad part. That's something that this generation will never know what it was like in the 80s and the 90s. Probably, to me personally, the best times ever, 80s and the 90s, and they will never know what's that was like. You know, the only thing they will know is cell phones, tablets, internet.
Yeah. I say the same thing. I said the same thing when I was a kid with my brother growing up in Montreal, and Montreal is it's a huge hockey city.
Oh yeah.
And I tell people like when me and my brother were kids, every day, all of the neighborhoods, every day it was ball hockey and riding your mountain bike. So all of your friends, you every little neighborhood, every street had a little team of hockey players. We all used to play ball hockey, and we used to ride our mountain bikes, and we used to go ride to other neighborhoods, and we'd play hockey against them, and ball hockey against them.
Nice.
And I tell people that's like some of the best times of my life. People, now today, you don't see kids going out at all. And the people who are riding bikes are people my age who are like getting back into it. And people always tell me, what should I get? What should I buy? I'm like, just get a fucking bike and start riding. You're overthinking it. This is not like you're gonna go take. This is not like you're gonna go like do your fucking SATs. You know, when you were a kid and you rode a mountain bike, you would take some shitty fucking bike and then just start fucking riding it. Maybe you
I
put
had
a
a
hockey card
BMX,
in the
man.
back
I like
wheel.
a very shitty BMX.
Yeah,
Shitty
maybe you would take a
BMX.
hockey card.
Yeah.
You would take like a hockey card and put it in the back wheel, so then that way when you were riding, it sounded like a little motorcycle. You know what I mean? It would make the noise from the wheel hitting the hockey card. You know, and nowadays like people overthink everything. It's like, Jesus Christ, go ride the bike. You know, you don't need to overcomplicate shit. But simple things that we were a kid, nowadays people don't do, and
they're afraid,
that's the
man.
problem.
That's the thing.
Everything,
They're so afraid. Like this fear of death. I don't get this. We're all gonna die. I'm gonna die, but while I'm still alive, I'm gonna have the best time of my life. You know, when my day comes, my day's gonna come. There's not a goddamn thing I can do about that. You know, I mean, we're all gonna die. This fear of death. I mean, sure, of course, you want to be careful. You don't want to do something. You know, take unnecessary risks. You don't want to take unnecessary risks, but you can't live in fear. What if this? What if that? Oh, gee, what if this building collapses on top of me? There's nothing I can do about that. If that's the way that God wants me to go, well, that's the way He wants me to go. Or if that's what the universe wants me to go, whatever. If I'm going to die in a burning car, there's nothing I can do about that. I can only hope that I die in my sleep, you know. That's wishful thinking. But this fear of death, it's like people just got to let it go. When it happens, happens. You know, it is what it is. Nothing you can do about that. But you should at least enjoy the life while you have this blessed opportunity to be alive and experience this, you know. Yes, there's going to be assholes out there. Yes, there's going to be cunts, assholes, dickheads, all kinds of creeps. But guess what? That's part of life. You don't have to be around them. People tell me, "Ooh, I'm not happy. I work this job and my boss is an asshole." Well, guess what? Quit. Tell your boss to go fuck itself and quit. Don't give him any, notice. Don't give him any 2 weeks notice. Just fucking quit and tell him to go fuck itself, and that's it. Move. Block him on your phone. Get yourself another job, and you'll find another job. And if you don't like that other job,
Yeah.
find another job till you find a good fucking job. That's it. No one has a gun to your head that says you got to work this job, you got to work that job. You are free. Find what's good for you. You know, don't worry about what other people think. People will always think about you. That's the human nature. You don't have, but why you give a shit? I tell people, ooh, I wonder what these people think about me. Who gives a shit? I don't give a fuck what they think. I don't care if I'm taking a shit naked, you know, in a fucking restaurant. I don't give a fuck what they think. That's the way I felt that day. I don't give a fuck, and I'll take the consequences for it. Hypothetically speaking, you know what I mean. But people are constantly are worrying about, ooh, what they gonna think about me? Look the way I'm dressed. I don't give a shit.
They never. Most people today nowadays they never appreciate what they have.
They
always
live
look at what
somebody
they don't
else's
have.
life. They live
Yeah,
on
they
the
always-
life of
they always-
approval of other
yeah,
people they
they
don't
always-
know. Think about this, Cameron. Your life, if your life is dependent of thousands of people to whom you don't fucking know, and most likely they don't give a fuck about you. They're just like watching you or being friends with you for the amusement. If you live your life based on what these people think about you, man, you're not living a life. I hate to break it to you, cousin. You're not living a life. You're somebody's slave. You're somebody's bitch. Somebody got you pimped. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, for sure. People are, and like I said, it has to do with social media. We didn't have that as
Exactly.
when I was a kid, right?
Exactly.
So people think I tell my family and friends like most of what you see on social media, 99% of it is fake.
Mm-hmm.
The 1% of it might be real, but you know you're trying to measure what you have against bullshit, against people who don't even have any of it. They're just trying to show you what they want. Anybody can take a camera, and they can tell you whatever they want for that 5-minute clip or whatever the fuck you're gonna watch. But people I find today, they never appreciate what they have. They more worry about what they don't have.
Yeah, and they wanna like compare themselves to like celebrities. Like that's the first mistake. First of all, celebrities are celebrities. All right, they're in a different planet. You know, it's like, so why even? First of all, why even watch them? Why even follow them? You know, I don't care about their life, their private life. I could give less than two shits. The only thing I care about is make sure they make a good movie. That's it.
But
Excuse me.
other than the,
make a good fucking
like,
movie.
Other than,
Yeah.
Other than the money, a lot of those celebrities, they wish they could go back to a time when they were not famous, because now that when they're a certain, they say, holy shit, that guy who has like half of or nothing, he's happier than me. Because a lot of people think, because okay, sure, the money, all that stuff is nice, but a lot of these celebrities, they're not happy. If you look at them, most of them don't even have they don't stay in a relationship a long time. Yeah. Because everything that they have, it's based, it's not really realistic. And if you're a celebrity and then you fall for another celebrity, it's like a ticking time bomb. It's only a matter of time before one of you gets bored of the other. You never appreciate anything. It's rare that you see celebrities are actually happy. There's obviously the exception, like Denzel, these type of guys, but most of these younger celebrities, when you see them, these guys are always on fucking cocaine. They're always doing some kind of fucked up shit. They're always this guy's cheating on this girl, and they're never even happy. But if you were to meet them in real life, they're actually sadder than the guy who doesn't have nothing. Or
And
the girl
think
who doesn't
about
have
it. They
nothing.
always have to worry about their looks and how they look. How's my nose?
yeah.
How's my teeth? How's everything looking? Am I okay? Are people going to judge me to what I have said? How's my voice? They're living a very sterile life. They're not living a natural life. And everything has to be controlled and pampered. They can't go out freely, walk around in neighborhoods. They need to have some protection or something. So there's a lot of trade-off for being a celebrity. But this is what people don't understand. Yes, they have these big mansions, but they barely live in them. They're too busy promoting shit, making movies, TV shows, promoting this, promoting that. They're barely.
Most of them are very lonely.
You know who's living in their houses? The maintenance people, the security staff, the fucking butlers, the chefs. That's who's living in their big houses. It's not the housekeepers, It's not them. Tom Cruise's house is empty here in Las Olas, in Fort Lauderdale. It's a big ass fucking house. It's right next to the Intercoastal. But guess what? He's never there. Do you know why? Because he's too busy. He's got many houses around the world. So he's busy making movies, doing other things. Guess who's living in his house? security staff, armed security staff, the chefs, the maintenance, it's stuff like that, you know.
Most of them are, like I said, most of them are very, very lonely, right? Because like you said, it's all
big time.
you know, most of them, if you were to really ask them, especially the you know, not maybe not all of them, but a lot of them are very, very lonely, especially the like Tom Cruise, man. He's you know, for a guy his age. I think he's that's why he's always changing from one.
He's not happy inside, man. He's a good actor, and that's what he is. He can act, so you can tell that he's not happy. But deep inside, man, when he's alone at night and no cameras, he's fucking not happy, dude. You know.
Yeah.
He's not happy inside, but he's a good actor, so he knows how to hide it. You know, that's why they call him an actor. You know, so you're an actor, you know how to hide it inside. You know. But deep inside, he's struggling. He's like, he's, how old is he now?
Oh, he's in his mid-50s?
Mid-50s, and all the failed relationships and didn't work out with Nicole.
He doesn't have kids. Does he have kids with Nicole?
Yeah, he does, but things kind of didn't work out. She married that country star, Chesney something, right? And then she broke up with him, and now she's looking for some other dudes, and he's trying to get back with her, and the thing's not going to work out. She'll never come back with him because she knows who he is, and she doesn't want any part of that, right? You know, and of course Tom's not going to change. He is who he is, and Nicole's not going to jeopardize that. You know, go back to the square one. You know, with him. So he's right now dating some. He has a girlfriend from the movie Mission Impossible 8. They met.
Yeah,
and
they're always banging young chicks, but then they move on, right? Like, I mean, these
trying,
chicks are with him.
Yeah, he's trying to get her to go to the automatically to try these seminars to learn about the you know, Scientology. Like, you have to go through that bullshit, you know. So you have no choice. Like, you want to be his girlfriend, right? You have to go through Scientology.
Like, he probably knows he probably knows in his head, like, these. They probably know these young girls are just with them for the money. Like, everything is like
fame and money.
Everything is like like everything is like, what can you do for money? Even Leonardo DiCaprio, I heard he's with some fucking 20-year-old girl,
model,
22-year-old
super
girl.
Victoria's Secrets. Yeah.
So they know these chicks don't love them. These chicks are just with them for the money,
it's so
for the
obvious.
you know, whatever.
It's for this, man.
Right,
I mean, I tell people this: you could be filthy rich like Jeff Bezos. You could be like the ugliest guy on the planet. Like, you could have a hairy tits. You could have a small little penis dick.
Of course, as long as you have money, you'll have the hottest
peanut.
girls.
I'm sorry, peanut dick with a small little balls. It doesn't matter. She'll use a pair of tweezers or something, and she'll just try to pull it out. They'll do anything for the money. You know, that's what they are. You know, these models only care about the money. They don't care about your looks. They don't care about your physical appearance. What they care about is their financial security. Look at Hugh Hefner when he was old. He was like 80 something, whatever, 70, 80.
Yeah.
And look at all the, you know, Playboy bunnies.
All the Playboy models.
Yeah, so it's all about them. You know what? What's the name? That guy was talking about this. The guy from Goonies. He exposed this shit, man. Oh God, what's his name? Jesus Christ.
You talking about what's his name? Who played Thanos?
No, not Josh Brolin. The other guy. He was also
Sean. Is it Sean Austin? Is that his name?
No. He passed away. The other guy.
Oh, okay.
What's his name? Fred or God, man, I can't remember his name. But he was like in Goonies. He was in a bunch of other movies. He was like a good friend of Michael Jackson. Like really good friends with Michael Jackson. He stayed at his, what you call that, that place, you know, the playground, whatever, in the mansion in Beverly Hills.
Michael Jackson is a good example of a guy who was like the most famous artist of all time.
Yeah.
And filthy rich, but yet he was actually the most depressed. He was like fucking never happy. That's why he had this. What was they call it? Neverland or whatever the fuck. The place that he built. His same thing. He was never happy.
Oh, Corey. His name is Corey. Corey Feldman. Corey.
Oh yeah, Corey Feldman. Yeah.
Yeah. It was him, and he went on a podcast with Steve-O from the Jackass.
Yeah.
And he spilled some beans, bro. I saw the unedited version on his original podcast, not on a YouTube thing. And the stuff he said, man, oh, dude. His parents forced him. Like, they didn't care that these other producers were pedophiles and whatnot, right? Dude, the Hollywood is such a weird ass fucking place. Like a La La Land, Los Angeles, it's like it's the weirdest. It's like its own planet, pretty much. I know it's a part of the United States, part of, California City, but the city itself, it's like its own planet, man. That's why I say if there are aliens living on this planet, they are living in LA for sure. The stuff he said, the things he was forced to do. Oh, you gotta watch that podcast.
I remember
oh
that.
my
I
goodness, man!
That's why he had a. I think he said there was Corey Feldman, and then there was another. Was it Corey Hanen or what? The other one?
Yeah. He passed away. Yeah.
Yeah, he killed himself.
He killed himself.
Wasn't it suicide? Because he said it, and it was because of what was it? He was being molested or some shit like that.
His mom, dude, controlled him. So you're my pretty boy. You're the mama's boy, and you're gonna be the best celebrity, like she wanted him to be. And he never lived a life that he wanted to live. Same thing with Corey Feldman. He always felt like he was controlled, like by his parents, because his father was a producer and his mom was an actress, and his mom was banging other dudes. Like, his father knew about it, but father didn't give a shit because father was doing exactly the same thing, like an open relationship, right? He banged somebody, she banged somebody, and they just keep together for the money, for the business, for the studio, producing the movies. And Corey was saying just how much he was forced to attend these bullshit parties of all these freaks, always putting their hands on you, touching you and rubbing your, shoulders and all. Dude, and he made some names. And I think he might have mentioned, I cannot say it on here, man. I might get in trouble. There's a famous film director, but I cannot say his name, and because I don't, I'm gonna get, I don't want to get a strike because he's like a very famous film director, and he says he wasn't the only famous film director. There's many other famous film directors, producers, and famous actors going to these parties and shit, man. Stuff he has actually put out there, and he asked him, what's his name? Steve asked him, weren't you afraid that somebody might take you out, drug you or something, or make it look like an accident? I said, fucking A, I was afraid. That's why he had bodyguards and, always walking around him, armed bodyguards. And sure, yeah, he was fucking afraid, dude. Because, you want to expose these big celebrities and these big movie stars and big film directors and producers. You just might disappear one night, So it's definitely in Los Angeles, right? In that fucking town. But it's scary, dude. So I always tell people, you want to be a celebrity? Think twice. Are you going to be happy? I don't think so. I really don't think so, man. But that's, like Corey says, people don't understand. Like, they see him with these hot chicks and, it must be fucking cool. You fucking all these chicks and this and that. You're doing all of this. He says, yeah, I enjoy it, but you get tired of it, he says, all right. Get tired of it. Your dick gets numb. I think he said your dick gets numb. You get tired of it. He says, I got addicted to it, so I did it more because he got addicted to it. It was like something that to get him off the edge. It's like a quick fix to keep him sane, so he doesn't lose his sanity. So he was a sexaholic. So he was always banging chicks, and he was always aiming for like the hottest chick there is. He was always aiming, like Leonardo DiCaprio, for the same reason. He's aiming for the highest quality. It's like a quick fix to get his mind off of this craziness that he got himself, involved in, called the Hollyweird. And you gotta watch. I don't want to spoil it, but you gotta watch that Steve-O Corey Feldman podcast, man. Definitely, is gonna open your eyes, man. As it did open mine. I was beyond shocked. I knew it was weird. I knew that the Hollywood and La La Land was always a weird place, but my God, it goes beyond that. It goes to the infinite and beyond, man. It's just unfucking believable. What's unbelievable, that none of these assholes got arrested. None of them got prosecuted.
Oh, they just have they have money, so they could pay their way off. Or a lot of them.
He says they're part of the club.
They pay off the family.
He says they're part of the big club. He says they're part of the big club, like a very secret club. And that club, you know, they have judges, politicians, senators, etc., all included, and that's why they're never going to get prosecuted. You know,
some of these celebrities, like that are now, when they were probably younger and they were being abused, if they were being abused, trust me, a lot of them, their parents probably turned a blind cheek because they were getting the money. Like, ah, fuck it, take the money. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? Like that probably happened a lot too.
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
They knew what was happening. But they were like, you know what? Like, turn a blind eye and collect that paycheck. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. There's no question about that, man. And imagine how much of this is happening right now with these, you know, the 20-year-old, 19-year-old, you know, straight out of Disney, you know, TV shows going into a Hollywood, and they turn adults. They turn 20. Okay, now we want you to do the spread for the Playboy. We want you to do this. We want you to do that. We want you to do this MTV TV show or this MTV music video. You're not going to wear pretty much anything. And then they start making these little, you know, erotic movies and shit like that so they can move up to, you know, to a better roles. And it's such a perverted way of the way they do these things, man. And I think Corey Feldman has really explained it. And when you watch that podcast, he really kind of put it in perspective as to how this works. And they usually are aiming for the young, you know, individuals who they're like in their 19, 20s, 21.
Yeah, of course.
That's what they're looking for. They're not looking for old geezers like me or you. You know, they're looking for, you know, young youth, and that's what they thrive on when it comes to movies. And it's just, ugh. Yeah, you gotta watch that. Yeah.
Did you change the topic a little bit? Did you watch the new Batman movie with
No, I haven't seen
Pattinson?
it. No, not yet.
No, I haven't seen it either, but apparently it got pretty good reviews. It's
Yeah.
a 2 hours 56 minutes, so almost
3 hours. Holy shit.
But
I'm gonna watch it on HBO Max. I think it's coming out on April 18th.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, so I'm gonna watch it on there for sure. I think it's April 18th. Yeah.
I heard he said he's never going to do it again because he's like, I don't see the point in having to be in shape and to look a certain way for you know, for Batman. They should take me the way that I am.
You know
like,
what?
Listen, fucking, you're getting paid a shitload of fucking money.
Yeah, prima donna.
Batman is supposed to be jacked, okay? Because when you watch, nobody wants to see fucking 120-pound Batman, right?
Exactly.
So, you know, so they're like, listen, we're paying you fucking, you know, millions and millions of dollars to get in shape. We're paying for your food and your workouts. You know, like I'm saying, like if somebody paid me a fucking role, like, you know, $20-30 million, fuck, if you gave me $100,000, I would get in shape for a fucking movie.
So then why did he agree to it in the first place? I don't get it. Like, why did you agree?
He's like, he didn't expect it was going to be this rigorous.
What did he expect? You're playing a comic book character who's buffed. You know, what did you expect?
Yeah, what did you think they were going to do? Tell you to be a fucking 120-pound fucking vegan to play Spider-Man, to play Batman? No. It's like Superman. When you watch Superman is supposed to be like chiseled, you know what I mean? So Henry Cavill, he gets in shape for that role, right?
Of course.
You know what I mean? You know, it doesn't mean he's like that all the time. You know, when he's doing like The Witcher, he gets in shape, you know, because he has to have a certain look. And I mean, you're getting paid fucking, you know, anybody would kill to be in your shoes, you know?
You know what? I just lost my respect for this guy. What's his name? Pattinson?
Yeah, Robert Pattinson.
I lost my respect for this guy. Like, go back to making Twilight. Why don't you do a Twilight episode 20, whatever? Do a Twilight, goddammit.
so now I heard they're looking at bringing back Ben Affleck to play it again, but you know, Ben Affleck is a good actor, but I don't know how good he is for Batman. Like,
I never, to be honest with you, I never bought him as a Batman. You know, he never.
Like me personally, I like Christian Bale. I like Christian Bale as Batman. I thought his looks, his attitude, his hair, everything to me, that was like fucking Batman.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I would want to see, you know what, they need to bring somebody fresh for Batman. You know what they can do? Why don't they use that guy who does the voice for the comic book animated Batman, you know, the video game Ark Knight and all that. You know that guy?
I haven't seen it, no.
The guy who does the voice for the comic book. And
But
all
can he act? Can he act? That's
well,
the
they
thing,
can
because-
get him in shape, and then they can train him, and then I think he fit the bill. Honestly, that's what I would do.
Yeah.
And he would be perfect with that voice of his. Oh my God. You know what? Put me as a director of the next Batman, and you guys gonna be blown away, man. It's gonna take a while, about maybe 4.5 years, but when it's done, it's gonna be look good, man. I would use that guy. He would train. I would transform him. Trust me, you would not recognize his body. He would be transformed, and guess what? His voice would fit perfectly. When he puts on that suit and the mask and that voice and get buffed, would be perfect, man. You know. Any kind of looks, he could pull it off. You got to check him out on the IMDb.
Yeah.
He does the voice for all of the Arkham Knight games. He did the voice for all of the animated Warner Brothers Interactive, DC comic book animated shows that he did. So he would be a perfect pick for me. You know. Here's another mistake that the Paramount Plus made with a Halo. Number one, why did you show and
So you watched the first couple episodes? I
yeah,
didn't
like
watch it.
why? Like okay, but I'm not gonna spoil too much. But why did they show the face of the Master Chief? You don't ever do that. He's supposed to be Enigma. Master Chief's supposed to be a secret. What they should have done, they should have used the voice of the original Master Chief and hire the actor to do the voice, and then hire some stunt double guy to be in the suit. You know, could be the best stunt guy, right? That's what they should have done. You see how the Hollywood's making these stupid little mistakes? They really are out of touch with. They're out of touch with reality, dude. They're out of touch with what the fans want. I'm so confident right now that Hollywood, it's out of touch with what we want. They're totally out of touch. Honestly.
Now, what do you like? You've seen the guy who plays Master Chief. I mean, he's been in a lot of movies and TV shows.
Yeah.
Usually like a supporting actor. I haven't seen it yet. What do you think? Is he believable for the Master Chief, or what do
He
you
is,
think?
but the problem is they
Shouldn't
shouldn't
have showed his face.
and they should have used his voice. They should have used the original Master Chief voice, and that would have been so much better. I don't know what the hell Spielberg was thinking about. You know, I know he produced the TV show, but like, come on, you know. This is when you don't do your research, when you don't like talk to the passionate gamers, because you are making a TV show based on the video game.
Yeah.
And this is the lack of research. They're just doing it to make some quick cash because the Paramount Plus, they need something. They need subscribers. So they need a fucking TV show, right? To get people to subscribe. And this is the mistake. They're just thinking about money. This is how you fail. If all you think about is money, you are setting yourself to fail immediately. You're not going to make that money because that's all you're thinking about, you know.
When you were watching it, did it feel like a B-level TV show, or did it feel like
here's
they
the
put a
thing.
lot of big budget?
It felt good. It was graphic, you know. You see the limbs and legs blown to pieces. It felt like, you know, the Avengers. It felt good.
Yeah.
And the guy
Yeah.
who played the Master Chief did all the right moves, like in a video game. But once he starts talking, once he starts removing that helmet, oh my fucking God, it fucked it up for me. I was like, no way. Not gonna watch this shit.
I guess because that's for a Halo fan. The mystery
Oh yeah,
is,
dude. You don't do that,
they
man.
Never know.
Yeah.
They never know who's the Master Chief, right?
Yeah, you know that he's supposed to be Enigma for 20 years. He's been an Enigma. For 22 years he's been an Enigma, and you gotta keep it that way. You know, these are the things you don't do. Like, you don't kill a James Bond. You know, these are the no-nos, right? There's certain things you just don't do. You know, but that's Hollywood for you, man. That's this woke wood. I call it woke Hollywood, whatever the fuck is.
Like, do you think like on it like you know the Last of Us, the TV show is coming on HBO? They say.
Yeah.
Pedro Pascal is playing Joel, but and then I even heard Neil Druckmann. He's actually giving them the
green
he's
light?
actually helping them. Yeah, no, like he's actually working with them to make it, so they're not. It's
Script?
not like some
Like, is he
fucking
writing the script or like the story?
Well, I guess it's like how Disney is going to George Lucas now, and they're saying, okay, should we do it this way? Is this way?
Oh.
So Neil Druckmann, he's giving them their insight on how it should be.
Like an assistant producer, right? Something like that. Yeah.
So in some ways, that's still good. So they're not just like fucking some random guy taking the story, But I think when you're a fan of the game,
You expect more, man.
yeah, you have like so much like expectations, right? And you're like, fuck, I need to see this done right, and and obviously because it's a TV show, they can't put every single detail from the game that you played, the story that you like. So they have to try to take like some major aspects, and that's what they're going to use to make a season, right?
Yeah. Here's what I think they might fail. If they try to mimic everything, you're setting yourself up to fail. Like those Resident Evil movies. People need to realize something. You gotta stop mimicking a video game. Video game lives in a video game world, and you cannot mimic that. What they need to do is they need to make something based on a video game, not 100% everything. And I think if they do that, and they do their own version of The Last of Us in a cinematic world, I think it would work better. But we'll
because
see.
The story of the game is a great story, like the basic story of the end of Apocalypse, and then this guy Joel, his job, his task is to get this kid from point A to point B, and he realizes this kid is like could be the savior of mankind. Like that's the premises of the game.
Exactly.
Right? But they don't need to show every fucking detail, like every single mission that they do, because that'll make it feel kind of cheesy, right?
Oh yeah.
And so the first season could just be based off a certain thing, you know what I mean? But I think in the same time, like fans, they have a very unrealistic expectation. It's like when they make like a Star Wars, they're like, oh no, Boba Fett is supposed to be like this or this, like, and you have to realize if you try to make every single thing exactly like the comic, it's actually gonna feel cheesy for the person because in the same time they're trying to attract an audience who's never played this game too, and they're like, because it's all about making money. So in the same time, if they try to make it too much like the game, it becomes unappealing for those who've never played the game and they just want to watch a great movie or a great TV show. Right?
Oh yeah.
So that's why I'm very skeptical. I tell people when it comes to TV shows being based off of an iconic video game, because it's so far to me it hasn't really been done well yet. So. And we have so much expectation, especially for a big game, Halo. Imagine if they tried to make a fucking God of War movie. The expectations people would have for a God of War movie, you'd be like, people would be fucking dissecting everything. Okay, why isn't this guy as big as Kratos? Why is he? You know what I mean? And they would, and inevitably it would fucking fail. But even though God of War has a great story, right?
Well, this is something that Hideo Kojima talked about, and he said, there's certain things that should never be touched. Movies based on the video game have been proven not to work out well, to be honest. Yeah. And for the same reason that, games based on the movie never really worked out well either. So it's one of those things that it has been proven in the past that it doesn't work because the expectations are too high. All right, Last of Us is a big game, Halo is a big franchise, and the expectations are way too freaking high, right? Same thing for the comic books. It took a while till they finally got the Avengers, to get it right and all of that. It took a while, it took a long time, but they were able to finally nail it. Same thing with the Batman and the Dark Knight. Took a long time. Finally, in 2008, they got it. And with the first Batman, Begins. But those are once in a lifetime things that happen, But most of the times, movies based on video games, they fail. Games based on the movie, they fail, and they never work, And I think Hideo Kojima's right. Like Metal Gear probably wouldn't work as a movie. It would probably fail because you can't really replicate that gaming experience. Metal Gear belongs in a game universe, just like, to me, Uncharted. Look at Uncharted. What a joke that was, that movie, right?
Fuck, I haven't seen it yet, but you just said that. I just remembered I downloaded it and I haven't watched it yet. But
it's terrible,
but
dude.
Yeah, but exactly. But the formula that's there, to me, it would be so cheesy, right?
Yeah.
And and I'll be honest with you, I tell people right off the bat, like, you know, you may like Tom Holland, but I don't see Tom Holland as Nathan Drake.
Everything.
Nathan Drake to me is like a buff guy. He's a ladies' man. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I don't see Tom Holland. When I see Tom Holland, he's like a fucking kid. You know?
Yeah.
I don't see him as Nathan Drake. You know, if anything, I would rather fucking Mark Wahlberg play fucking Nathan Drake than fucking Tom Holland. You know?
But the thing is, he just doesn't, you know, just because you're a famous actor doesn't mean you can play everything.
Yep.
This is what I don't understand about Hollywood. You know, Tom Cruise cannot play every character.
No,
like he did a Jack Reacher, but Jack Reacher.
He's not going to be Terminator.
Yeah.
You're not going to see him as a fucking Terminator.
Yeah.
It's not believable. It just doesn't have that.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that stature.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, look at Jack Reacher. Like, he didn't fit the bill, because the Jack Reacher from Lee Child's character, it's much bigger, taller, you know, more muscular. And the guy, what's his name, Alan Richardson, the guy from Florida who played him, he lives in Tampa, I believe. He did a much better job. If you watch the TV show, he fit the bill. Now, Tom Cruise, sure, he's a good actor, so he's gonna, you know, deliver great performance. But I don't buy him as a short guy, as a, you know, as the Jack Reacher, you know. But, you know, again, this is, again, Hollywood trying to put these big names. They think if you put a big name like Dwayne Johnson is going to sell. Well, yeah, to a certain extent it will. But does that mean that's going to be a great movie just because Dwayne Johnson's in it? No. Or does it mean that just because Vin Diesel's in it, it's going to be a great movie? No. Because Tom Cruise is in it, it's going to be a great movie? No. Does he fit the bill to play the character? If he doesn't fit the bill to play the character, then I don't care how famous he is. I don't care what his status is. We need to put actors, when it comes to casting, they need to put actors who fit the bill, who can do the job, you know? And that's how it used to be. Back in the days, you know, they would place an actor, casting agents would, you know, casting directors would put an actor that would fit the bill. That would be that character, believable to the audience, right? Who can pull it off. But we don't do that anymore. We just put the names, famous names, so we can put the seats and you know, put the people on the seats in the movie theater to watch the movie, you know. And that's all they care about. Yeah, let's put the people in the seats in the movie theater so we can make some money, even though the movie is gonna suck. And every trailer, look at these trailers, always the same shit. Every trailer starts with his dramatic drums. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. You know, always some fucking dramatic drums, you know, that bass. And then it says, from the director of this, and that. And you look at even the Northman. I don't know, I think that shit's gonna stink too. I don't know. I was watching the trailer, I was like, the Northman.
I haven't seen it yet.
It looks too CGI, man. Why does the fuck everything has to be CGI? Why can't you go to fucking Greenland? Why can't you go to Iceland and fucking film that shit there on location? Why the fuck does it has to be always in the CGI in some Los Angeles lot studio with a big giant fucking 900-foot green screens and all the shit? Why? Why can't we do it like we used to? Put that asshole on them, put that prima donna actor, let him cut himself up, let him hurt himself a little bit. They get paid millions of fucking dollars. Let him put in a good performance. Let him fucking go out there in the middle of fucking nowhere. Let him fill in these really difficult locations. Then I'll believe that he is this, you know, this, what you call it, Northman, what you call those guys, there's a name for them. Jesus, you know, these, the Northerners, Vikings, whatever. He's a Viking, you know. But I cannot believe it when it's in a green screen. The whole fucking thing's in a green screen. Yeah. Come on. It is cheesy. You know it's fake. That volcano is not a real fucking volcano. It looks like a video game. Like, look at the Gods of Egypt. Here's the one example. Gods of Egypt. That shit is so fucking bad.
when I watched the TV show, like the TV show Vikings,
Yeah.
and the actor Travis Fimmel who plays Ragnar.
Yeah.
When I seen him, it was believable, right? And I'm said he's not a big actor like fucking like Dwayne, these guys, but
Yeah.
he played the role perfectly, and he has the accent. And when I watched him play Ragnar, it's very believable. That's why that show did so well. But
Yeah.
nowadays it looks like they're like when I watch these newer renditions of these Viking show, they're taking these pretty girls, they have perfect fucking teeth. And when I'm
Everything's
watching,
great.
I'm thinking,
Yeah.
when I'm
Lipstick,
watching, I'm thinking,
hair.
man, you got perfect teeth, you got a perfect
Hair.
face. That's not how it was. You look like you're fucking showering in the fucking mansion, But you're supposed to be fucking, a Viking, living in those fucking times when you're supposed to be soaked in fucking blood and sweat.
Yeah,
but
and
fuck, you
dirt
look
and
like you just got-
flies
Yeah,
and
yeah,
insects
yeah.
and cockroaches and shit like that. Yeah, but they don't want to do that. It's Hollywood, man. Everyone's perfect, It's and lipstick. They have a stylist, right? Like the hairstylist back then.
What I liked about
man.
Game of Thrones too is that some of the girls were fucking ugly. Like some of
Yeah,
the main
I like
characters.
that. I like that.
Like one of the main
Realistic.
chicks was like that fucking tall blonde chick with the fucking man haircut.
Yeah.
And she was fucking ugly, but she was a good fucking actress.
Yeah.
And she was like the fucking protector. And when you seen her, it was believable because she was like a fucking monster. And she wasn't the best looking chick on the show, but her acting really was believable. And when you seen her stature, you're like, holy shit, I believe this. And that's what these guys now these guys are looking for whoever has the most social media fame. Let's hire them. Who's the prettiest. Same thing with the guys. I'm looking at these guys. I'm thinking, what the fuck is this? They're just hiring this guy because he's got a huge social media following. He's got the perfect fucking jawline, whatever. But when it comes to acting, the guy is incredibly horrible. He's crap.
Well, that's the problem with the Hollywood these days, and that's why it's really hard for me. People ask me, what was the great movie you saw last time? I said, I can't fucking remember. I said, what was the last movie you saw? I said, I've seen No Time to Die, and I fucking hated it because they killed my fucking hero. They killed Bond, And I was like, you don't do that shit. And they made him look weak, like he needs women to protect him and to babysit him. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
Well, another thing I was going to ask you, do you think that was the end of 007 movies?
Yes,
or do you think,
yes, it's end.
or do
Oh,
you
no,
think
it's
they're
end.
gonna-
It's end. It's end. 100%. Oh, I
You
don't
don't think
have,
you don't think they're gonna bring back another one now with a new?
They will,
person
but it'll
to play
be
like
woke.
a younger person.
It'll be woke.
Yeah.
Very woke, soft, very soft, and it's just gonna be pathetic, It's gonna be like a bitch Bond. My name is Bitch Bond. Slap me on my cheeks, will you? It's gonna be just bad. It's gonna be fucking bad.
That's the way Hollywood is going now. They're
Yeah,
trying
it's
to
terrible.
appease, They're trying to appease. Like I was telling my friend, I was telling my friend, like when we grew up in the 80s and 90s, we never thought about these things. But now it seems like every movie you watch, every TV show you watch, they're trying to shove down. Okay, there has to be a gay person in there. There has to be like a minority, or there has to be like a transgender person. Like, And I told my friend when we were in the 80s and 90s watching movies, they never pushed that. You were just watching a great fucking movie. Now I see that they made it so what was it? Superman has a gay son or something like this, right?
That's in the comics.
Hey, Brendan, welcome. Yeah, I didn't know that. Gay son? How is that even
so
possible? How?
Yeah, so now they're making a movie or whatever. Right. Brandon's right. In the comics, now Superman is gay, right?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, like, why do you need? Like, first of all, it's a fucking comic. When you're a kid watching the comics, reading the comics, you're never thinking about the sexuality. I want to see fucking Superman fucking destroy people, break buildings, fight fucking, the bad guy. I don't give a fuck what is sexual. I didn't even know about that shit when you were a kid. But it's like you said, now they have all these fucking people in Hollywood who are bringing in this shit. And why? Why do you need to put that in there?
Well, they're trying to shove this whole, agenda of accept. Look, we always accepted everybody.
Yeah.
I never cared about your sexuality, but I don't want you to shove it down my throat. I don't care what you fuck in your private life. I don't care where you put your dick in, but just don't tell me about it. Don't advertise
Or
it.
or look at the fucking, like when I was a kid, I used to love the Ghostbusters, and then they remade the Ghostbusters with all the girl cast, and they did horribly. right?
Yeah.
And then now they had to go. Now they had to go and make another one where they went back to the original cast, and then they went back and and that one did a lot better.
But why is that
it's
so important to them? See, here's the question.
Exactly.
Here's the question. Hey, what's up, Steve? Why is this so important to people, to the Hollywood? Why?
They think it's gonna
listen,
sell or some
homosexuality has been around since I can remember, since I was born. All right, but it was never shoved down my throat. There was plenty of gay characters in the movies, plenty of cross-dressers in the movies, and never bothered me, you know. I didn't become gay. I mean, I respect the gay community. I respect the LGBT community. But it was never an issue. It was never a problem. It was never a problem because we accepted it. This is how it is. Freddie Mercury was gay, but I didn't stop listening to Queen because he was gay. I still listen to Queen.
Same thing with Boy George, right? Boy George.
I listened to Boy George. I didn't give a shit. I liked it. I listened to his music. People can kiss my ass. I didn't care.
Yeah, George Michael's one of the greatest.
Yeah, George Michael too. I didn't care. If the song is good, I'll listen to it. I don't care about his sexuality. Like same thing with the famous singer.
Elton John.
Elton John. I love this stuff. Rocket Man. I don't care that he's gay. I love his music. Fucking A, I love his music. You know, I don't care. Why is this sexuality has to be brought into this? Richard Chamberlain, the actor, he was gay, but I didn't care. I watched his movies. I didn't care.
Yeah.
You know, why is sexuality all of a sudden that important? This is what I don't understand. Why is this an issue now? And it wasn't an issue in the 80s and the 90s. You know.
Exactly, I know, and I think, okay, if you want to make a gay superhero, sure, create a whole new character, right? And whatever, but don't take something iconic that we all grew up with, and now you're gonna say because there's some fucking new guy working for Marvel or there's some new guy working for the comic book, and he's like, you know what, let's do it. You know, like don't do it. Like, you know, it failed with a lot of stuff that they've tried before.
Even so Howard Stern talked about this. I mean, I listen to Sirius XM in my car when I drive. I'm sure Brendan has a Sirius XM as well. And I listened to Howard Stern, and even he said, why is this so important? I said, why? Why now?
Yeah.
This wasn't a problem in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and all of a sudden problem now? Like, what happened here? Who's pushing this agenda, you know?
Yeah, like, why do you need to include that shit in everything we watch? Or you know what I mean? Everything we watch, we listen to, who cares? When I'm watching it, I'm not giving. It's like, let's say they made a fucking Die Hard, and then the next Die Hard, Bruce Willis was gay. Why do you need to tell me he's gay?
Yeah.
I'm watching it because I want to see the motherfucker go after, you know, the bad guys. That's all I care about. I don't need to know anything else. I just need to see him blow up shit, you know, kill the bad guys.
Exactly.
And you know, call it a day. That's what I'm here to see.
How about this in a No Time to Die? This is the same example in No Time to Die.
Yeah.
You know the guy, the Q from the Q branch, the guy who works on building all the equipment for Bond, right? For 007. Who cares that he's gay? Like, I don't care. My boyfriend will be here any moment. I have a dinner with my boyfriend. You guys leave now. Like, why is that important?
Yeah, why do you need to even emphasize it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what?
I don't care if he fucks a goat.
Exactly.
I don't care. I don't care. All I care that he can bring some cool gadgets to James Bond, so he can save the world.
Exactly.
I don't care what he does in his private life, where he put his dick. I don't fuck a turtle for all I care. But why is that so important?
Yeah.
That's the problem with Hollywood right now, man. Even what's his name talked about it. Not just Howard Stern, but even Bill Maher talked about it. And Bill Maher is far left, you know. He's a Democrat. He's like I wouldn't say progressive. He's like a moderate liberal Democrat. But even he said, why is this so goddamn important? You know.
I think a lot of people, especially our generation, they feel like that. They're like, why include that? We're watching a movie. That's not important for you to distinguish and say this. Who cares? We don't even give a fuck if
exactly. I never gave a shit ever.
Right?
It was never an issue for me. I mean, I still have gay friends. I have lesbian friends. It's never an issue. Never an issue once. Never an issue. But why is the issue now? Why all of a sudden it's a problem now?
Like, you
Yeah.
remember the Ocean 11, Ocean 12,
Yeah.
Ocean 13, whatever, and then they make the one with Sandra Bullock on the on the other all of it was all female cast, and it didn't do as well, right? And it's because I don't understand, like, why did you feel the need to do that? Like, what's the advantage here? What are you trying to do? You're trying to say it's okay, we just want to attract females? Like, I don't understand, and why they would think like this would have worked.
And why are they
place.
trying to make every guy look bad? Like in the Ghostbusters, they made Chris Hemsworth look like a retard. Sorry for the language, but like, why? Why do that? Why you have to do that? Look, yes, there's pieces of shit males. They're perverts, they're pedophiles, they're freaks. They exist, but it's a small number. That's a small little fucking number. You can't generalize and marginalize and generalize that every man it's a pervert or every man it's a fucking misogynist or groper. That's my problem. They like to generalize shit. Like, if you were a man, you must be bad. You must be misogynist. You must be a pig. You know? Why? That's the issue here. It's almost like a Marxism. Like some kind of Marxism's taking place in our society. You know, like in Canada, man, that Trudeau guy is man, right? That guy's, I don't know how you guys feel about him, but he's pushing this Marxism narrative. It's either his way or the highway, right? I don't know how you guys feel about him, but man, I know a lot of people in Canada are not happy with the Trudeau. Now he wants to have a news. Check this out. Anybody from the news, any news reporter, journalist, has like a license that's acquired by the government of Canada. Like, it has to be like authorized by his, like, what you call it, certain demands. Like, you have to pass a certain demands in order for you to have a license to interview him.
Well, essentially, essentially because this is like making sure that you're vetting people who are gonna be on board with your agenda, and if you're not on board with the agenda, with their agenda, you can't get the certification or the proper requirements to be able to become a news anchor or reporter. So this is almost like a communist. It's
a fascism. Like, it's no different than fascism, bro. It's a dictatorship.
Right, so
no different than Vladimir Putin, man.
Like,
that's hey, look, they talk shit about Vladimir Putin, but they're exactly the same. Like, you're doing exactly the same fucking thing that Vladimir Putin's doing. The only difference is you don't like Vladimir Putin because you don't like Russia. You don't want to change the regime. But you're doing exactly the same fucking thing. Marxism. You're telling people what to listen to, what to eat, what to say. You banning people from Twitter. You banning people from YouTube, from other social media. You are no fucking different. No fucking different.
Though, like,
they're no different, man. They're all the same in my books. All these politicians are all the same.
Exactly. Yeah.
They're all the same.
I know what I find though. It's like I thought, like, I didn't vote for Trudeau, and then people now are complaining, and I said, but you voted for the guy. You want him in, and I guarantee you, the next election, you're gonna fucking vote for Trudeau again, and you're still gonna complain.
That's the sad part.
It's the same thing with Biden, and Kamala, and Biden and Kamala Harris.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
A lot of minorities, and I'm a brown guy, a lot of minorities, they bought into Kamala Harris because she's colored. So they're like, okay, a woman of color is in there, but realistically, since they've been in power, she's been vanished like a fucking ghost. You don't see nothing. Her and Biden they don't do fuck all. They you know, it's the same thing. Same thing with Trudeau, and it's same thing with all politicians.
You know what? And I gotta say something, Cameron.
But you vote them back in.
You know what? And I have to come clean, and I already did this. I don't know if you noticed, like a month ago, I apologized to the American people for voting for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I don't know what happened to me, who persuaded me to do it. Maybe it was a hot blonde in the line who gave me a blowjob.
No. They sung you a nice song, and I mean that's what all these. Okay, it's like right now here in Canada, the premier. Sorry, not Justin Trudeau. He's the prime minister. You guys would call that a president. Yeah. In America, but we also have like the premier, which you guys would call a governor, and you have like governors of different states,
provinces.
So I live in Ontario, so we have a premier. So the premier is Doug Ford, right? So now he's coming his turn to be reelected. So right now they're doing all of these things to get your vote back, so that you forget what the fuck they've done for the last 2 years during the lockdown.
God.
You know, forced all of these things. So right now they have eliminated, you know, like the license plate. You have to renew your license plate stickers, right? You know what I'm talking about for your car.
Yeah.
So over here we no longer have to do that. They've canceled that, right? And they've given people a refund. And now they've removed the mask. So you don't have to wear the mask. So they're doing all of these things to catch your vote, you know,
to cover the tracks, and
so they want you to
brainwash.
forget the last. Yeah, so they want you to forget the last 2 years when they made your life a living hell, and they made decisions that had no scientific backing, and because of it, all of these businesses went bankrupt. So they want you to forget about that. Same thing with Kamala Harris, like I said, and I believe it or not, like I didn't give a fuck about Joe Biden, but I like Kamala Harris because she gave a nice, you know, song and dance, and everybody bought into it, especially the colored people.
I bought into it. Look, I bought into it. I bought into it. I bought into it like an idiot.
Yeah,
you know?
And then now I have so many colored friends in America telling me, "Fuck, I wish, you know, things were actually, you know," and I hate to say it, but they're like, you know what, you know, thing at least Donald Trump did this. At least if Donald Trump was there, we would not have this fucking war, all these things happening. And I'm like, sometimes you don't know when the grass. Sometimes you think the grass is greener, you know. And same thing with Trudeau. And I tell people the problem. I don't blame. You know, Trudeau is one thing, but I tell people the problem is you, because I guarantee you, if we have an election tomorrow, you're gonna vote for fucking Trudeau again, because he's gonna tell you a nice little song and dance again.
They got me. Listen, this is true.
Vote for him again.
Look, this is true. I cannot tell you what the fuck happened to me. How did I mean, some hot blonde must have given me a blowjob, like maybe she sedated me or some shit. I don't know. And she made me click Joe Biden, Kamala Harris to vote. But man, I don't know how it happened, dude. And I'm like, I apologize to the American people that I voted for him. Because it's when you look at what he has done, the disaster in Afghanistan. Now you got a terrorist organization running the fucking country. This whole nuclear deal with Iran, it's a total fucking disaster. You got the crime rate, it's skyrocketing in Los Angeles, in Northeast, New York, Detroit, Michigan, Chicago, etc., all across the country. You got people coming over the border and you don't know who they are. They're not being vetted. You could be anybody coming over the border now. And then you got this whole thing in Russia. You got China and Russia now siding together. You got China delivering the missiles to Serbia. Serbia wants to start some shit with Bosnia again. It's like a World War III waiting to fucking happen. It's exactly what I was afraid of, what the Al Bielek was talking about. By 2025, brief nuclear war. And it scares the shit out of me. That's why I made that video about Al Bielek, you know.
And the problem is too, is like unfortunately, there's no better option. You know, when the election time comes, you're like, who do I pick between a shit or a piece of shit? You know what I mean? Both of them, you know, either ways you're getting fucked. But you're trying to think, okay,
vote.
which
Guess
one?
what? I pledge right now. I'm staying
home. I stopped
home.
voting too.
I'm not voting, man.
Because you're thinking, okay, I'm gonna get fucked in the ass by both of them. But which one is not gonna go as deep? That's what you're kind of thinking. That's how politics have become. Right? Because
I'm not voting, man. I make a pledge right now. I'm telling everybody, you're not gonna see my ass voting 2024. That's
because
it.
there's gonna be a new person come in, and they're gonna tell you what you want to hear. And because now you're so fucked up and your life is going so shit that you're gonna be like, okay, fuck, it can't get any worse. I'm gonna go vote for the other guy. But the other guy doesn't have your interest. He just wants
hold
to get
on a
in
second,
power.
Cameron. How do we know that my vote counts?
You know,
right? How do I know that my vote counts, right? How do I know? I don't know what happens behind closed doors. I'm not privy to the information. How do I know? Everything's so secretive.
Well, here's another thing. I heard, like, Donald Trump, technically, he can run again in 2024 because he only served one term.
Yes, he can. He will, actually. He will, as a matter of fact.
So I heard, like, I'm hearing a lot of people say that if Donald Trump ran in 2024, he's got a high chance of winning because Americans are very unhappy with the way things are going in America right now.
Oh, it's terrible right now, man. Oof.
And Donald Trump, he probably knows this. He's probably thinking, yes, this is all working into my favor, you know? And
exactly.
he's gonna come back with the MAGA, and you know, he's gonna tell people, you know, obviously he's gonna say, you know, everything that's happening wouldn't have happened under my watch. You know, and people are gonna be like, yeah, that's right. and eventually you're going to go back into the cycle. Same thing with Trudeau, but I tell people, you know, it doesn't matter if Trudeau is there or not. The next person who's there, it's like the options you have. It's shit and shit. You know, there's never a good outcome. Sometimes you think maybe the country's better if there's no president or no prime minister. Let the people fucking make a vote. You know, every time there's a major decision, let the entire country vote on it. You know, maybe.
But
that
you know
would be a
what?
better
Maybe
solution.
something else is going on around here. Maybe it's not what we think it is. Maybe they want us to think this is what's going on. You know, red versus blue, conservatives versus liberals. But behind the closed doors, there's some greater things going on, like secrecy. And I think maybe that's what we don't see. That's what we don't see. The secrecy behind it, the closed doors. And that's what scares the shit out of me. These secret groups that run the show. And you never hear about them, you never see them, right? But they make all the important decisions. They wage wars, they do all kinds of things. They bring down the other countries and build new countries, and they bring down the economy, build a new economy. You know, New World Order, you heard about that shit. New World Order, New World Order, all that beating that fucking drum. So maybe something else is going on around here. Maybe this is what they want us to think. Fight against each other, red versus blue, yay! Right versus left, this is what we want. Russians are bad, these are good, you know, East is bad, West is good, all this bullshit, right? Maybe that's what they want. And maybe 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 there's a bigger plan. What I'm trying to say is this. Maybe there's a bigger plan behind this whole fucking thing. Like a new blood, a new world order, or whatever the fuck it is, you know.
And they use the media to
big time,
to
and movies.
Showcase, to showcase their narrative, right? So the media is like, they're like, okay,
wag the dog, the most powerful tool.
Yeah. You know, so they're like, so the media, like I said, the media will show you what they want in order to push a certain agenda, a certain leader, you know, a certain thought process, and that's how the media will show you. You know, they'll never show you the general perspective of both sides.
And I guarantee you, Trudeau is probably part of the same organization.
Of course.
Why do you think you went to see the Queen? Oh, well, you went to see the Queen because they're cozying up, the man. He's part of the whole. He's part of that club, man. He's part of the club, bro. They're all part of the club, man. They're all part of the same club, and they're just groomed in. Cameron, they're all groomed in, and they got to play their role. This is their role, and they have to play the role, no matter what. That's what I think, man. I think David Icke was right. I don't know about the whole reptilian thing, but he's definitely right about the secret cabal. These secret cabal elitists that are running the show, man. I believe in that shit 100%. Now.
Yeah,
but when it comes to politics, like I said, there's no winning. You're always gonna fucking get fucked either ways, right?
Oh yeah.
They're never gonna do what they say they do. And then when it comes time to re-election, they're gonna give you like a small little, you know, something good, so you think that you're gonna get their vote. Like I said, this guy now he got rid of the fucking license plate sticker to renew because he wants to get your vote. But in the meanwhile, fucking gas prices have skyrocketed. So the little bit of money that you're saving yearly for your sticker, they're fucking you in the ass 10 times with the gas, you know. But people are like, oh, you know what, he did this good gesture.
And
but
let's be honest here, Cameron. You know how easy it is to manipulate people, right?
Of course.
Look at this guy Quantum, and how easy it is for him to manipulate people. All the smooth talk, all
Mr.
that
J.
bullshit, right? Yeah, Mr. J, all that shit for him to talk, all that smooth talk.
I watched that video that you
now,
made,
if he can do it, if he can smooth talk and bullshit everybody to pay $5 for his unprofessional settings and then donate money for some bogus charity, imagine what Trudeau can do, what Biden can do, what Trump can do. Imagine what these guys can do, what these politicians can do.
What's funny is that Vincent Teo, he's a professional calibrator, but he gives it to you for free. He doesn't even charge you. But then this guy Quantum is charging you, right?
Whoa, oh my God! Yeah. He tried to flag my video today, and then he got.
Oh, did he?
He got a reply from YouTube telling him that Mr. 4K is under fair use. Nothing we can do about it. Sorry.
Who did it?
Quantum,
Mr. J. So I laughed my ass off. I laugh
But
my
if you
ass
type
off.
his name, if you type his name, I've seen a bunch of other YouTubers recently have made videos on
That's
him.
what he
When
does. He falsely
because when your video
flags.
came up,
Okay,
yeah.
let me tell you what happened. Okay, the reason this guy removed his mask is because he was falsely flagging everybody. And when you falsely flag people, you are required by YouTube to give your first full name, your first and last full name, your email address, and your personal info. So that way, the content creator knows that it's not a bot, it's a real person. And guess what? Everybody knew who he was. Everybody knows his first and last name. They know who he is. So he exposed himself. And then he removed the mask because he had no choice. And that's what he's doing. This guy, it's his worst enemy. This guy, it's really amazing to watch somebody drown in his own errors. Like, he's putting the he's gaslighting himself. He's putting the gasoline on himself every single fucking time by making these stupid errors. It's like Review Tech USA. He's gonna die on that fucking hill, bro. And it's just, I'm having a good time. I'm enjoying myself watching this guy burn himself, on that fucking hill.
Yeah.
Flagging people into smithereens. Dude, you can't fight against the entire world, bro. Hello? They tried that shit. They all tried that shit. Guess what? Didn't fucking work out.
Yeah.
But let him soak himself with all that gasoline and burn himself. Fuck him, I'm just like, I'm enjoying myself, to be honest with you, watching this guy just burn himself with all that gasoline, gaslight himself. Like today,
What's
the
funny
YouTube
is,
sent me a message. YouTube says, you don't have to do anything. You are within the section,
Rights.
whatever, fair use rights. You're good.
Yeah. He might. Don't be surprised now. He might fucking make a video now about you, like retaliating.
Oh, please let him make a video. I need some traffic.
4K
I need some fucking traffic.
back.
Listen, do me a favor, man. I need some traffic. Get me some traffic, bro. Get me your subscribers, brother. Let's do it, please. I want you to do it, man. Shit, I need some money, bro. Give me your donation. Give me your fucking $5 VIP shit. Give me everything. I'm gonna strip you away from all that shit you fucking fucked people over with. I'm his huckleberry. He cannot handle me. I'm his fucking huckleberry. He knows it. I know it. That's it. He gets, right now he's got anxiety attack. He's just hearing my voice, and I'm enjoying it. I was like, I'm gonna make money off of this asshole. I'll make money off of him. I'll make a bunch of videos about him every fucking day till he finally quits his channel. Be like a 24/7 Quantum every day. Mr. J every day. And I'll never get tired of making videos about him. Shit. So my whole point is, if he can manipulate 1,600 people to believe him and donate the $5 to him, so imagine what somebody like Trudeau or Joe Biden or 74 million Donald Trump MAGA man base will do. Imagine what Trump can manipulate, what Joe Biden can manipulate,
Of course,
what Trudeau can manipulate. All of these important figures can manipulate. If a one little guy sitting in his little shitty apartment can manipulate 1,600 people to pay $5 for his fucking subscription, imagine what somebody on a higher ups can do.
Yeah. With the fucking media, backing
Oh
them,
yeah,
whatever.
but we have sheeps. Listen, we got, like George Collins says, there's dumb motherfuckers floating around this country. Said, I love the United States, I love this country, and I wouldn't live anywhere else, but my God, we got some dumb motherfuckers. We got some dumb motherfuckers floating around this country,
That's the case everywhere. Everywhere is like that, There's always people who are gonna buy into whatever because they whatever reason they resonate with the person. So whatever the person says, even if you show them facts in front of them, they're gonna be like, oh, they're gonna make up all types of excuses because they don't want to accept the reality, and they're always gonna they're gonna always reinforce. Like even I was reading some of the people in Quantum's comments, and these are all people who are still agreeing with him, even though Review Tech showed some evidence. Like you could say, Review Tech was engaging him and bringing traffic to him, but the stuff that Review Tech showed, it was fact. I mean, the screenshot doesn't lie. Right,
exactly.
But people who follow Quantum, you know, they're not gonna want to accept that. They're gonna be like, they're gonna, you know, try to make fun of Retech. Look at this fat fuck. Look, he just sits there, whatever. But who gives a fuck whether the guy is fat or whatever? The guy is giving you fact, showing you that the guy that you like is a piece of shit.
Because they're losers. They need. Listen, these are the individuals. Let me tell you, who he has. He has individuals that are losers. Nothing's going well in their lives, and they need some kind of validation to wake up in the morning and they're gonna say, I'm a fan of Quantum. That's why I live. That's why I wake up every fucking day. That's why I fucking brush my teeth, wake up every day, eat my food. I can't wait to see what another video my Quantum guy is gonna make, and I'm more than happy to donate my money to him for some bogus bullshit fucking unprofessional settings. So these are losers, just like him. You know, losers. He cannot hold a professional job in real life because people know he's a bullshitter, they know he's a scam artist, and they know that he manipulates and lies. And no boss, no firm, no company is going to tolerate that in a real life. He can only do this, manipulate the internet, because that's the only way he can, be relevant. And that's what he does. He manipulates the internet, he manipulates the system. The YouTube community. That's what he does, and he lives off of that. Until finally YouTube gets tired of him and they ban him for life. It doesn't matter what IP address he fucking goes to, and they're gonna ban him for life. Maybe that's gonna happen, I don't know. I don't give a fuck which route he goes with. But that could happen if a lot of people complain about him. They might ban him for life. That's what you have. That's what he has. He has these losers, and that's all they do. They need validation for their existence. So that when they wake up in the morning, they got to validate themselves. Ooh, I understand why I'm waking up now. I gotta watch Quantum. They're sick people, man. They're sick fucking... Something's off in here.
Yeah.
Something's not right up in here. Not right up in here. Not right up here.
Did you see they just arrested the guy from New York?
Yeah.
Who did the what is it, the bombing or the shooting in the subway station?
And you look at the guy. It looks like he's been brainwashed too. Look at his face. It goes like this.
Yeah. I saw that. Yeah. He turned himself in. Actually, they say he called fucking Crime Stoppers on himself. I'm just reading the.
I worry about Mamba. Let me tell you, I worry about Mamba, man, dude. I gotta talk to him, dude. I'm worried about his well-being. Seriously, Mamba, if you're watching, we gotta talk. I'm worried about
some of these people.
Yeah, I'm worried about him, man.
Like for you to do this, this is like people who are suffering, mental problems.
Bipolar disorder, man. You got a voice in your head telling you, hey, you need to make 3 steps instead of 1 step. If you don't make 3 steps on these stairs, something bad's gonna happen to you. And that's the voice. No, this is not bullshit, actually. You guys can talk to psychiatrists. My sister-in-law fathered psychiatrist, and I asked him these questions. And he said over the dinner, he told me that these are the voices that the bipolar schizophrenic is hearing. Like, you need to do this. If you don't do this, something bad's going to happen to you or your family. You need to do this. You need to accomplish this mission. You have to do it. And this voice is telling him that. That's bipolar schizophrenia. It's a very dangerous fucking thing. It's not a laughing matter. I don't laugh. You see me right now. I'm not laughing about it. It's a very serious issue. And how many politicians are talking about the mental state issue? No one even mentions it on the fucking, on these debates. No one talks about it. The only guy who mentioned that was Kanye West. The only guy who mentioned the mental state, mental issues, was Kanye West because he suffered from it. And he knows what it's like, He was the only guy. And let's look at the veterans. Well, it's a good thing the double tap is here. How about all the veterans? Shell-shocking, all the violence they've seen. You don't think they have nightmares? You don't think they have bipolar schizophrenia? Yeah. All of those veterans, they came in from a 20-year-old campaign of Afghanistan and Iraq. You don't think that fucks you up psychologically? Are you fucking kidding me? Of course it does. It's a serious problem, not just here, but in Canada as well. You guys also had, everywhere. You know, this is a serious issue. You know, mental health, it's a serious issue.
And unfortunately, we're seeing more of these shootings and things with people who have mental problems, right? And it's unpredictable because you can't look at a person and see it, right? It's just one day for whatever reason they snap or whatever, and then and they do something horrible, right?
Exactly.
And you could be on the fucking subway with your child, you know, you could be just doing something randomly, and like I said, this is there's no reasoning behind it, right? And you're never gonna learn because these people are so mentally unstable that when their reasoning doesn't make sense to you, to a normal person, it won't make sense to.
And the problem is, we know no one's talking about it, no one's helping them, and they don't feel comfortable talking about it because it shrinks their egos, you know, and they don't want to talk about it. You have to have a courage to come out and say, hey man, I got some mental issues, I got some problems, you know. It takes a lot of courage to do that, you know.
For this guy to do that to people he doesn't even know, something is wrong in your head. This is not like, it's one thing when you go after somebody who did you something wrong, you know, but it's another thing when you go and you fuck. I think what is it, 13 people died or 19 people, something like that. And these are people who you've never met in your life, who did nothing to you. So the fact that you're doing this, you know, obviously you have a lot of mental issues that have compounded, and now you just snapped, right? And that's the thing. And there's lots. And the bigger problem is that there's lots of people like that all over the world, and it's just they're taking time bombs, and you never know when the fuck they're gonna explode. Right?
Well, it's true. Like Double Tap was saying right now, and he's in military, and he's saying basically, you know, you go to war and you come back from war after so many years, and you expect me to push the fucking, trolley shopping cart in a supermarket?
You remember fucking Rambo? He said the same thing, John Jay, when he came back, and in your mind, all you're seeing is the war still. Yeah. And now you're telling me to go work in the fucking parking lot and to park cars?
Come on.
You know?
Can't do that shit, man. I mean, once your mind is, physical is important. You got to be able to walk around, be physically fit. But once your mind is fucked, that's it, man. You cannot function anymore, dude. You can't function anymore. You hearing voices. You are not in control anymore. A voice in your head, it's in control. And you don't know where the fuck that voice coming from. You can't explain it. The voice is convincing you that you did something that you didn't do. Think about that. A voice in your head is convincing you did something you didn't do. Think about that fucking terrifying thought, huh? Imagine that shit. But this shit is real. This is happening. People have these conditions, and no one seems to address it. No one seems to talk about it. You know, that's the issue.
It's unfortunate though, but it's unfortunate what happened, and the victims. I mean, there's no answer you're gonna give them. Like, this guy is not gonna be able to tell them anything that's going to appease, and say, and put them to rest, because at the end of the day, he probably doesn't even know why the fuck he did it. Like tomorrow, he might be normal.
Exactly.
The fact that he, like it just said, he called Crime Stoppers and he turned himself in. So in his mind now, like maybe now, like you said, he did what he have to. Maybe
accomplished the mission.
So now in his mind, he's back to normal, but that one moment he snapped, and now he's like, okay, shit, what, you know what I mean? But it's unfortunate because I'm sure, like, if it's horrible if, like, to me, if a child died, and then you have to tell the parent or whatever, your child died because this guy, for whatever reason, he was having a bad day, how would you live like that, right? Now this person who's affected by this, they're also going to be fucked up now, right? So now they're essentially going to become another ticking time bomb, because when you heard something like this happen to your child, or even like fucking, how do you expect what's his name, what the fuck's his name again, Cain Velasquez. Do you think
Yeah.
in his mind he could be fucking normal again?
No,
knowing that
he's never
somebody
gonna
was
be
doing this
normal.
to-
Nope.
Yeah, like knowing that somebody was fucking molesting your 4-year-old daughter from 100 times.
How
You
about
can't
his
go back to
daughter?
being
She's
normal.
never gonna be normal after this.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
You
And
know.
then when this kid grows up, she's potentially can be a ticking time bomb, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
that's just the case, right? We're talking about the Corey Feldman. It's just the same type of situation was happening
Exactly.
to them. You're never gonna be the same. Yeah, you can like fucking put on a nice face, but in your mind, you know these.
Never
events
gonna be the
always-
same, man.
Yeah, exactly.
It
right?
fucks
So-
you, it scars you for life, man. That's some shit you can't just wash away. It stays with you, bro. It's embedded into your soul. And no one talks about this. I mean, I guess we're the only channel that even briefly mentions it, you know, which is sad.
Yeah.
I wish that the politicians, well, don't expect anything from politicians, please. Don't expect nothing from them. Expect nothing. That's what I tell people. Don't expect nothing. It's the only thing you should expect from them. It's absolute zero. They ain't gonna do jack shit.
And sex charge you're in.
Well, yeah, this is what Justin was talking about, you know, and then helping these victims, you know, through rehabilitation, trying to help them. And imagine what they had to go through. Imagine somebody who's a sex victim through sex trafficking. Imagine that girl. She's never gonna be the same. Never, ever, ever. She's probably going to end up using drugs or doing something
Of
else,
course,
or maybe
Yeah.
becoming a porn star or whatever, just to get some quick fix. It's never going to be the same.
Yeah.
Scarred for life, man. Fucked for life. Fucked for life, bro. Unfortunately, these things are happening, sadly, and not many people are talking about it. The mental state and how important the mental health is, and, you know, psychology, how important psychology is, you know.
Well, you know, everybody thinks it's not going to happen to me. It's not going to happen to my child. So that's why you don't see people talking about it, right? They like to keep that like hush hush,
Yeah.
right? Unless
That's-
until
that's-
it happens to them.
Yeah, that's
then
the wrong
then
way of
wanna-
looking at it. You're right. Yeah.
And then they want to become aware once it happens to them, right? But if it doesn't happen, it's like fucking cancer or whatever, right? Nobody talks about it or nobody cares about it
Till it happens.
Until it happens to you or somebody that you learned, and you're like, holy fuck, I didn't know about all this stuff, but it's been there forever, right? It's all of this stuff has been there forever, you know, like or like you fucking develop a disease and you're like, holy fuck, nobody told me eating fucking junk food or smoking cigarettes would do this, but fuck, you chose not to, you know, see it or acknowledge it, but you know now you want to know
Ignoring
it
the
because it fell
problem.
on your lap.
Ignoring the problem never fixes anything. You know, if you keep ignoring the problem, you're never gonna fix it. If you address the problem, then you got a pretty good chance of fixing it. But you gotta be candid about it. You have to be honest about it. That's the thing.
Yep.
But the problem with our politicians is they have, they have to support their party. They put their party before anything. I don't want my party to feel bad about this. I need my party. I can live with that, like a life support, you know? They need their party like they need a fucking insulin, you know? And they're so handicapped, they can't say shit or address any issue because they need to make their party happy. And if their party's not happy, ooh, we're in trouble. I'm not gonna get reelected next time. It's really a shitty world, man. What a shithole of a world, bro. A shithole of a fucking world. I'll be the first one to fucking say it. My entire 43 fucking years, I've been exposed nothing but violence, war, creeps, criminals, shady people, bitches, cunts, liars, whores, pimps, lowlives, bottom feeders. And I say to myself, what a shithole of a fucking world, man. A shithole of a fucking world. A shithole of a fucking world. Yeah, go ahead.
What's happening now with Bosnia and Russia? I think I read something where Russia is something is happening between them or something like that.
Well, Serbia has always been a supporter of Russia. They always supported each other. It's like United States and United Kingdom.
Yeah.
So they always liked each other. They have the same Orthodox Christian religion. They have the same Russian values. So it's pretty much they're the same, you know. So now Serbia, it's getting weapons from China because China supports Russia, and Russia and China, they're like in bed with each other. So now
That sucks.
China is sending the missiles to Serbia, and this is going to help them, you know, if they want to make an attack on Bosnia, which is the bordering country, or Croatia. This will help them big time. So that could happen easily. It's scary, which could also escalate to a World War III. Because Croatia, it's a NATO country, so that's another problem. I don't know, man. Look, that guy Al Bilic, I think he was telling the fucking truth. Every day I wake up, it's like this guy was telling the fucking truth, you know. You know what I'm talking about, that video I did, the time traveler?
Yeah, I saw that one.
I think this fucking guy is now scaring me, dude. He was telling the fucking truth. And he says there'll be only 300 million people on the planet. That's the population. There won't be any world governments. They're gonna disappear. Something else will be in charge. I think it was some kind of an AI or something that was established by somebody, some other entities in 2137. But before, he says, before you get to 2137, it was terrifying to live. It was like an apocalypse, you know, it was terrifying to live. It was like the Last of Us kind of experience, you know, cannibalism, killings, rapes, murders, diseases, people dying constantly. Jesus Christ, man. I hope he's wrong. I hope he's wrong. He did mention natural disasters too. It says the natural disasters will be much, much tougher, harder. That's going to also impose even more pain on top of the suffering that humanity is going through. So I don't know, man. That Al Bilic scares the shit out of me, bro, right now. I mean, you saw the video, right? The one I did on it. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah. I hope he's wrong.
I hope they don't get Poland, man. Poland might be
I
getting
hope
shot
he's wrong.
next.
Shit.
Mankind is fucked up. It's a miracle how we survive it. How we survived this long.
I know.
Because
it is.
At every turn we try to kill each other, right? We try to kill each other, and you know, and it's amazing how the fuck we've survived this long as a species, you know. But you know, it's the way the world is going, and the way you know, natural disasters and the global warming and all this shit is going. It's hard to see how the fuck we're gonna last another, you know, 100,000 years or even 1,000 years. How are we gonna make it? You know, when right now this is what we're fighting over.
Yeah, man.
And it's what is it? It's for fucking power, money. You know, like this makes no sense.
I don't even know what it's about. Honestly, I don't even know.
He
go
wants
ahead,
the
Brendan.
country.
Go ahead,
He
Brendan.
wants Ukraine. That's what he wants, Putin.
Yeah, but for what? The fuck? Like, what's he
To
gonna do
make
with
it
it?
united.
You know, he just wants. But what's the point? Like, who the fuck cares? It's like if Canada and America became one, who the fuck cares? It doesn't benefit anybody else. I mean, you still live there. I still live here. It doesn't. It's just one guy. He wants to recognize and be the power. It's like a dictator, right? He just wants to be in control of everything.
And here's the scary
really all
part.
it is.
Here's the scary part. Clearly, Al Bilic said when he was in the hospital in 2137, and he asked, "Hey, what happened? Why all these maps are different now? Where's the governments? I don't see any governments. I don't see a military. What the fuck's going on here?" And the doctor, because they kept him isolated because he was under a lot of radiation. When you, apparently to what he said, when you travel through time, you were exposed to a lot of radiation. And when you go into the future. So they had to keep him in a hospital the whole time. He couldn't move anywhere else. He had to be isolated. And apparently they knew about the time travel. Like in 2137, they were like aware of the time travel. They were expecting people to pop in here and there in certain locations. Some people made it, some people didn't. Some people died during the trip, 15-minute trip in that void of traveling, being exposed to radiation. Some people made it, some they didn't. And he said when he was in the hospital, he asked, "So what happened?" And the doctor says, he said, Well, there was obviously a huge natural disasters that have occurred. They changed the the continents and the regions of the countries. They all got flooded, earthquakes, volcanoes, you name it. But before that, by year 2025, he said, there was a brief conflict between East and West alliances, whatever the fuck that meant, East and West. Now, I'm thinking, what he meant by East and West is Russia, China, North Korea, America, and Europe. And that's what I meant. And then he says there was a brief World War III, kind of a brief World War III, followed by a nuclear war, a rather brief nuclear war. He says it didn't last too long. Apparently, I guess, when you got 12,000 nukes firing, and you got from East 12,000 nukes, from West you got, I don't know, 30,000, I guess, who the fuck's gonna survive? Some of them, they got shut down, I would imagine, not all of them hit the targets, right? Some of them, they got shut down, But he says, but what was the population after that? He says it was about 300 million people that survived. It says in America, it says no, worldwide population from 8 billion to 300 million. And he says all because of a nuclear war, says no. It was because of the, nuclear war has something to do with it, but also hunger, diseases, no medicine, and of course, climate change and climate shift, earthquakes, volcanoes, floodings, all of that participated into the even, more of depopulating,
I'll be right back. I gotta go eat dinner.
So, all of this shit that he said terrifies me because the way things are looking right now, the way things are, and I'm not trying to scare people. I'm not trying to fear monger here. I'm not trying to make you feel bad when you go to bed tonight. But, when you think about it, everything that this guy said and the information that he's got, the way things are looking right now, it all shapes to some kind of a conflict, World War III conflict, where it's going to be inevitable. You think Putin is going to just lay down his arms and just go back to normal? There is no going back to normal. He's going to die on that fucking hill. He's going to die by his sword, with his sword. Yeah. He's not going to stop.
It's inevitable.
It's inevitable.
Happen,
China's not going to stop.
But how many people are they going to... The problem is how many people they're going to kill that are going to die before that happens, right?
A lot of people. A lot of people. Yeah. Hey, let's look at these weapons, right? Forget about Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That was just an experiment. The kind of nuclear weapons they have on the submarines, in the silos across the Russia and United States and Europe and other places, and also these tactical nukes that can be used, supersonic tactical nukes. Jesus Christ! How do you shut down that fucking thing? It's terrifying. It's fucking terrifying. And I'm not worried about me. I don't give a fuck what happens to me. I'm an old fucking geezer. I worried about my nieces, about my nephews. That's what I worry about.
Yeah, what world are they going to be left with?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I'm a dinosaur. I'm a fucking T-Rex, man. A one-legged fucking T-Rex. I'm done, man. I accept that. I have no problem accepting that. But it troubles me that my nieces and nephews going to be exposed to this horror of World War III and nuclear war, which is inevitable. Let's hope that some miracle happens. Maybe Putin dies of a disease or some shit, and things change. I don't know, but things right now are not looking good, man. They're not fucking looking good. Look at people in Ukraine. Beginning of February 1st. They were all living a life normally. They were going to nightclubs. They were enjoying life. They never thought about that this would happen. Fast forward 14 days from, 24 days from the February 1st. February 24th. Look what happened to them.
Yep.
3 weeks. 3 weeks. After 3 weeks, look where they are. 10 millions of refugees. How many have died? God knows. Look at Russia, 12,000 soldiers dead. They didn't think about this happening, but it happened. So just because something didn't happen yet, it doesn't mean that it's not gonna fucking happen. This is what I'm trying to tell people. I never thought living in Yugoslavia as a little kid under, Tito regime that this would ever happen, that the 6 republics would be torn apart, that Milosevic would do such a heinous thing. But it happened. Genocide happened in Srebrenica. It happened. In early 90s, it happened. Actually, genocide happened while Steven Spielberg was filming Schindler's List in Poland. They were executing Bosnian Muslims in big numbers while the UN was just sitting there and fucking watching. Shit can happen. Look at Twin Towers, 9/11. No one thought that in New York City, in Manhattan, fucking airplanes will hit the fucking buildings and the buildings will come down. No one ever thought about that. But it happened. It fucking happened. Just because something hasn't happened yet, it doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. Now, God forbid that it does happen. I don't want to see bad shit happen. I don't want to see living in a hell apocalyptic world. I want to see a beautiful world. I want to see a peaceful world. But we have to be realistic to where we are. Look at the situation. We have to think logically. I'm not going to sit here and act like some kind of fear monger, because I'm not. But I'm thinking logically. I'm using the real logic. Russia's not going to just simply lay down and give up everything he worked hard for. China's not going to just fucking give up and lay down their weapons on everything they worked hard. Kim Jong-un is not going to fucking give up. Iran's not going to give up. And of course, us here in in America, in Western world, are not going to simply fucking give up. So where's the end? Where do you draw the fucking end line? Brief nuclear war. That's the last straw. When nothing else works, you got to go with the last fucking straw. And God forbid we get there. But it could easily happen. Easily. Easily. And that's all I'm saying here. I don't want you guys to feel bad. I'm not fear-mongering or trying to make people feel afraid. But this is a logical thinking. I'm sorry if I made you feel depressed, people. It's not my intent here. I don't want to see anybody feel depressed, but I'm talking real talk. What do you think, Cameron?
No, I agree. That's unfortunate to have world we live in today, right? So and what's even more unfortunate is the people who are living, like, we watch the shit on TV, but we're not living in the Ukraine, right?
Yes.
So imagine if you were now homeless, and like you said, like 2 months ago you were like fucking having
10 million. Think about it, 10 million refugees.
Like you had a decent job, you were making your way in life. Maybe you had a girlfriend. Maybe you had kids.
Getting married. Maybe think about that, right? Yeah.
Maybe you're getting your fucking driver's license. I don't know.
Yeah.
And then now you're like fucking homeless, or even worse, you're separated from your family, or you lost your child.
Yeah.
You can't find your child. You don't know if they're in a camp or what the fuck's happening. And I mean, the rest of the world, we're watching it from the inside, so we can watch, and we can imagine what it would feel like, but we can't. We don't know exactly what it is because it's not happening to us.
It's terrifying.
So
I can't even imagine, man, how terrifying it must be.
We watch these things in the movies in World War II, but this is 2022 and it's happening now.
Yeah.
And like I said, and even the like we said it before, even the Russian people, they don't want to be in this fucking war. They want to just live they want to fucking live a normal life too. They have to follow the Putin, and they don't want to be part of this. They're like, fuck, man, I was having a nice fucking day. Now you're fucking ruining my fucking day. And then now, because of your fucking decisions, we have everybody in the world is leaving us, turning away from us. Now you've just made my fucking life hard. And I didn't sign up for this shit. You know what I mean? I don't have problems with all the, I don't want to create a war because you want to create a war. I think that's how it is with most people. Who live in countries that are that are always the the likelihood of war happening. The people who live there are the ones that suffer. Putin, he's fucking rich. He doesn't give a fuck.
He's a
in his
narcissist.
He's in his fucking mansion. He's got this fucking young fucking bitch that he's fucking all the time. He's probably got somebody cleaning his feet.
Many bitches. Many.
Yeah, he's got all the food he wants. He's got all the nice things he wants. He's not suffering, right? He's not suffering. But like the fucking like the guy who's barely making it, now you took away everything he fucking has. You know.
They send him to front lines to die.
Exactly. Right, but like I said, we
you know what they call it? They call it Javelin's Death Valley.
Yeah,
and that's why they're running. Some of these soldiers are deserting because they calling it a Javelin Death Valley. Do not send us to Kyiv, please, because they know they're gonna suffer the Javelin fucking meltdown, and that's what it does. Javelin vaporizes the armor and goes in there and kills everybody. And that's the most horrific death you can die, with that burning heat and explosion and blowing your limbs and legs and everything. And those javelins, they're next generation javelins. They're fucking dangerous, man. They're gonna tank killers big time, man. And anybody can use those suckers. You put it on the shoulder. You just have to lock on the tank. And once the rocket comes out, releases a propeller, and it looks for the heat signature, and it's gonna follow that target like a magnet, and that's it. Even a grandma could use just has to lock it in. Can use the javelin. Very easy to take out these tanks and shit. So they don't want to die. Listen, Russian soldiers don't want to die. Russian people don't want to die. Nobody. They want to live life, man.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to fucking die. Even that Iraq war, what the fuck we were doing there? I don't know what the fuck we were doing there. There was no weapons of mass destruction. What the fuck we were doing? And then in Afghanistan for 20 years. What the fuck were we doing there for 20 years? Now the Taliban, the same people we were fighting for 20 years, are running the fucking show.
Yep. What
the fuck did we do? 20 years of what? Death, destructions, millions of people dead. Soldiers, what, 5,000, 6,000, 10,000 soldiers dead. What have we accomplished?
All of the you caught Bin Laden or whatever, you kill him, but think of all of the innocent people that died, all of the money you wasted
unaccounted for. How about the unaccounted for?
And you could have used that money to help the people who are suffering in your own country. Right?
Exactly.
And for what? It didn't do anything. It didn't make the country any better. It didn't make the world any better. The moment you killed them, somebody else is gonna take his fucking spot, right? So it's gonna. I don't know. It's
just
like
sad, Brent. And the whole thing, it's like I said, it's what a shithole of a world, man. And then we wonder why aliens don't just come down and land in front of the White House lawn and say hello. Can't you see how eager the UFO and the aliens are to come down here and say fucking hello? Can't you see just how happy they would be to come down here and say fucking hello? We're barely out of the fucking jungle, man. Barely out of the fucking jungle on this one. We're self-destructive. We're a self-destructive race, man. All we think about is violence and killing, and power and control.
If the aliens came, they would say, we don't see a reason why you guys should be living.
Exactly.
According to our data, it shows that if you guys got the upper hand, you'd probably try to kill us too.
Exactly.
You know? If you guys figured out the upper hand, you guys will probably try to kill us because that's in your nature.
We don't want to bring that shit out in the universe, man. Fuck no. This is why they're not going to show themselves to us. These guys are self-destructive. Keep them in their own prison called the planet. Do not let them fucking go out there. And for the love of God, do not let them land on a Mars. Cannot let that fucking... I tell you what, we're never going to land on Mars. I'm fucking confident now. They will not let us, bro. Or if we do, there'll be some kind of a failure. A rocket's going to explode or something's going to happen. They're going to be lost in space or some shit's going to happen. It's not going to go according to plan. They cannot have us dominate the space, man. They will not allow that. Because look at us. Throughout the centuries... Millions of people dead. In the name of what? In the name of religion, in the name of this, in the name of that, in the name of this leader, in the name of this country. Really? And you expect us to be...
What's funny is that most people who live in these places, they don't give a fuck about this. It's only a small group of people who are fighting for these things, but the rest of the people, they're like, listen, we don't give a fuck about that. We just want to live in peace.
Exactly.
We don't care about this and this. But there's always a group of people who want to be in power, and they want to show their dominance.
It's sad, man.
Toward something, right? But the rest of the people, like I said, and the rest of the people, they get generalized and say, oh, it's all of you type of people who are causing this or that. But it's not. Most people, like you said, most people don't want to die. Most people don't want to go to war. Most people don't want to fucking fight. Most people want to get up, enjoy a nice fucking day, have a coffee, and go about their day. They don't want to fucking wake up and fucking have fucking bombs shooting down at their house, or fucking having to go kill some fucking person because their fucking president or whatever says this.
Yeah.
Right? And it's the same thing. It's the same thing with here. Imagine if fucking they told you to go to fucking war, and you're like, for what? I want to fucking play my fucking PlayStation. I don't want to go to fucking
to kill
war.
some guy I don't fucking know, right? To kill some fucking guy I don't fucking know. Yeah.
I don't give a fuck what the fuck he's doing. Let him fucking do what the fuck he's not.
I don't give a shit. That doesn't concern me.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, he's not fucking bothering me. What the fuck do I care, right?
Yeah, let me play my Gran Turismo for fuck's sake, right? Don't send me over there, right?
You know, but
right,
that's what I'm saying. So you know, we can watch from the TV and see these things are happening, and watch these refugee camps, but being there and seeing it on TV is obviously two different things.
I know. But look, we all feel bad to what's going on. But like, we gotta ask ourselves, hey, you know, why is this has to concern us? Why do we have to get involved? Like, why do we have to be this policeman of the world? You know, why always have to be involved?
That's another thing too. That's another good question too.
Yeah.
You know, like why? Yeah.
You know.
But
you know what I mean? Ukraine had the opportunity to buy weapons. They had opportunity not to give up their nuclear weapons, but they gave up they made some bad decisions. Why do we have to now help them out and clean up? Why did you give up your nuclear weapons? What did you think was going to happen if you give up your nuclear weapons? You think that Russia, the Putin's gonna not of course he's gonna invade after you give up your nuclear weapons. If you had your nuclear weapons, I guarantee you Putin will never invade. He would have never invaded, because he doesn't want to invade a nuclear power. He doesn't want that. He doesn't want to take that risk. The only reason he invaded you is because he knows that you are stripped away from your military. You are downgraded your military. You have downgraded your basically no nuclear weapon existence that you have. Everything has been shut down. You gave up all your nuclear weapons due to that treaty that you signed. So, but why do we now have to be, babysitting, and taking the side? We are on this side. We support Ukraine. We support this. We support that. Why? Why can't we stay neutral? Why do we always have to be fucking involved? Right?
Yeah, no, I agree.
I'm being real. I don't know. I heard stories from both sides. I heard that the Ukrainians are treating Russian soldiers badly. They're executing some of them. I heard all kinds of stories. I heard the stories about the nationalism, that there's a party of Nazis out there who want to be nationalized Ukrainians. They're not all saints, but you see, we only hear the good stuff, the positive feedback. Like a quantum, you only get the positive feedback. You don't get the alternative feedback. You only get the positive feedback. Russians are bad, they're evil, Ukrainians are good. Well, why can't we have an alternative feedback? Why can't we have somebody else go in there and, hey, wait a minute, let's look at both sides and see what's going on here. What are these guys doing here? Are they torturing these soldiers? What are they doing here? I don't know who drops what. I don't know who is killing who. Where's the evidence? Show me the fucking evidence. I don't know. I'm not there to know. It's called fog of war for a reason. There is this thing called a fog of war. I don't know what's going on. I don't know who's dropping bombs where, who's doing what, and who's killing civilians. I don't know. I'm not there.
Yep.
That's why we have investigations, proper investigations, to get to the bottom of who did what. And this is the danger of this fog of war that can lead into a World War III.
And sometimes it's also
You
like
know.
I don't want to fucking know. Like what the
Yeah.
fuck? Why do you, like some people like they feel it's their need to tell you everything. Like it's like aren't you following this? I'm like why? What the fuck do I care? How is that gonna
Exactly.
make my fucking life better? Knowing
Yeah.
that this person is doing that. How is it making? I'm having a fucking nice day, but you're having a shitty day because you're following the fucking news.
Yeah.
And you're making yourself invested in these things. Why the fuck do I want to do that? Like, how does it make my fucking day better?
Yeah.
Knowing that this is happening, that's happening. If anything, it's gonna ruin my day. What the fuck do I want to, you know? So
Yeah.
I find nowadays I don't even watch the fucking news anymore.
Me neither,
Right?
man. I stopped that shit.
I don't
You
even
know.
have fucking cable TV, to be honest with you. Everything I watch now is like fucking Netflix, or I fucking, you know, fucking pirate the fucking torrent site, download. That's all I do. I don't. But to watch the news, because everything it's basically on the news. It's designed to scare you. It's designed to push a narrative, right? And if you
Yeah.
don't agree with it, people are gonna say, "Oh, you're a fucking idiot. You're fucking."
Or
this
you
and
are a
that." Why?
fascist, or you are
Yeah.
a Russia lover, or whatever the fuck, Putin lover, or whatever the fuck. Right?
Yeah, even the thing with the, you know, in your arm, the jab there, you know, if you have a certain belief, whatever, like, and if you say something that goes against what the media,
That's
because
Marxism.
like you said,
That's
yeah,
Marxism.
like you said, most people they will believe whatever the media tells them. So if you say no,
Yeah.
I don't believe that shit, right?
You know what
what's
that
the
is,
point of
right?
arguing?
It's a
Yeah.
one great example of Marxism. 100% Marxism. You know, it's what it is. And that's what they're being shoving down our throats. You have to think like I think. You have to agree
Exactly,
like I
exactly,
agree. Or you're an enemy.
Yeah.
You're a public enemy number one
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you disagree.
Yeah, you're the outcast.
Yeah, same thing in Russia. If you have an alternative look or alternative, you know, if you disagree with Putin, if you do not support Putin, well, guess what? But we're doing the same thing here in this country, no different than Russia. If you don't support Ukraine, all of a sudden you're an enemy, right? Or if you have an alternative view, you're an enemy. Well, why can't I have an alternative view? I don't know what's going on over there. I'm not fucking there. I've never been there, so I don't know what the fuck's going on there. What do I know what's true, what's not true? I don't know. I'm not there. How could I possibly know? When it comes to war, there's no rules. Everybody's killing everybody. There are no fucking rules. That's why war is hell. What do you think we did in Vietnam? You think we're a bunch of saints? When we went to Vietnam, how many, you know, villagers we have killed? Why nobody wants to talk about that? What do you think we did in Iraq? You know, the kind of sadistic shit we did in Iraq too, but nobody wants to talk about it because it will make our soldiers look bad. There's always bad apples, there's bad actors, there's bad shit happens. I know, I've been in a war, I've been in a Bosnian war. Both sides did heinous shit. One more than other, but they both did heinous shit. They cut heads off, they killed, they mutilated, they raped. It's called fucking war. No rules. It's hell. So why the fuck should I have to pick a fucking side? That's the way I feel on it, honestly. You know?
Yeah.
Because I don't know, I'm not there. I don't know who's doing what.
So
You know.
changing the subject now.
Yeah, go ahead.
So in June, PS Plus is being released in Canada and America, and I think what is it, UK as well, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
So what are your expectations with that shit? Like, what are you expecting? And how do you think it's gonna be different from how it is now? Because you have PS now, right now, and how do you think it's gonna really be different? Because right now you can play PS2 games, you can play PS3 games, and you can play PS4 games, but not PS5. But
I only hope that they can bring a much bigger library of PS1, PS2, and PS3 games and PS4. I would like to see everything included. Honestly, give me everything. Give me the entire alphabet. Give me everything.
But here's the thing, though. But
you know.
But are you gonna be? But
You know.
But here's the thing, though. Okay, let's say they give you that.
Mm-hmm.
What do you like, are your expectations that they're gonna have like a frame boost, resolution boost, like how the Series X has it, or I don't think that's gonna happen because
I
they
don't
would have
think so.
mentioned it already. They
I
would
don't
have
think we're
mentioned it
gonna
because that
see
would be
that
like a
in the
selling
first
point.
generation of this thing. But maybe
Yeah.
like in a couple of years
Down the line.
down the
Yeah.
line, they might do it. Like the Xbox didn't do it right away. Remember when they did the whole backward compatibility announcements, right? They didn't say right away that we're gonna support with the Xbox Scorpio enhancements, boost enhancements. But after a couple of years, right, came in to fruition.
Yeah.
So same might happen with the PlayStation. Look, I like it, to be honest with you. My expectations are, good. They're not super high. I'm not like jumping out in the air like a cheerleader, but it's definitely moving into the right direction. It's something that the PlayStation needed, to be honest with you. Something that we needed for a long time. And it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. And people should be happy about this, to be honest with you. It's good for us consumers, saving money, having the access of video games where you don't have to spend so much money. That I like that. So yeah, I'm very happy with this announcement and can't wait to try it, to be honest with you. But my expectations are, I don't expect too much in the first release.
Yeah, in the beginning, yeah.
In the beginning,
that's true,
but
that's fair.
couple of years from now, 100%, we'll see a lot of great things happening. A lot of
But
updates.
immediately, everyone is going to try to compare it to the Game Pass, which is not really fair because Game Pass has had a long time to perfect Game Pass, and like you said, to really add those enhancements.
Well, the fanboys are going to do that. The Xbox
Yeah.
fanboys are going to do that because just like right now, the Xbox fanboys are saying that the Starfield's going to fail. I mean, the PlayStation fanboys are saying that the Starfield's going to fail. Well, we don't know that. I mean,
it's not even out yet.
Yeah, we're not yet. But that's the fanboys. It's always going to be there. The fanboys are always going to do that because that's what they do. They, that's what they live for. They're looking for something to make the other console look bad, and that's always going to be there. But it's not going to affect the outcome, really. PlayStation Plus going to be successful with this new plan. There's no question about that. And it's a good thing for us gamers. I'm happy that the Game Pass exists. I'm also happy that this thing's going to exist in June, which I will thoroughly test it and go through it. But I'm happy. My feelings, expectations are, don't expect too much in the beginning, but be patient and good stuff will come. That's the way I look at it.
And what do you think about I heard Sony is trying. They haven't said if they've done it yet, but they're saying that they're because they got a lot of backlash that the PS3 games are only going to be streamable. But now they said they're trying to work on an emulator that you can install on your PlayStation 5, and then that would allow you to download the PlayStation 3 games and then emulate it with the PlayStation 5. So that's something that they're working on. I mean, it may not come out right away on the launch day, but down the line. But I mean, you've played the PS3 games, streamed them. Do you find it's that much of a difference from streaming it? And I thought it was okay. It didn't bother me.
I mean, look, playing these old PlayStation 3 games, definitely they're showing its age. They're not looking that good, because 2008, 2007, it's a long time ago. A lot has changed since then. Not only are they running in a very terrible resolution, some of them 720p, maybe 1080p, but not like a really good 1080p. And then you got, the bit rate from the internet. It's good, as you've seen me do it in that 8 hours live stream. It's playable, it's good, but it could be better, obviously. And I think they might be able to do something with this in the future, but it's going to take time. Because remember, to redo all these PlayStation 3 games, to get the emulator to do that, if they're going to do that, all of that takes a lot of time and effort, a lot of manpower. You have to hire a lot of people to do it, to make it happen. But like I said, we'll have to wait and see. The patience is going to be the virtue. The one thing I hope they will do is give us a really good bit rate on those PlayStation Now games. I mean, the streaming games. If they can give us a 50 megabits per second bit rate, something that's really good with H.265, then yeah, it's gonna look like you're playing a PlayStation 3 from a console, you know. But
I'm obviously I'm obviously anxious to see what PlayStation 5 games. I mean, they've said that they're gonna have like 5 or 6 games from the PlayStation 5, like, you know, Returnal, the Spider-Man, Death Stranding, games like that. Mortal Kombat 11, I think those games are gonna be there on the launch day. But moving forward, I want to see, you know, how long it takes for a PlayStation 5 game to go on there. You know, things like that, like how because obviously they're not gonna have the day one AAA games there, but I like the fact that they have these 3 tiers, like I told you. For me, I would be mostly interested in PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 games, not so much the older games. So I like the fact that I can have a cheaper monthly rate and just be able to download the PS4 and PS5 games.
I guarantee you that even this game will be included. I think it's going to happen, but, you know, again, like we talked about it earlier, people shouldn't expect too much in the beginning. Some things going to take time, but all of that will happen. All of these PlayStation 5 games will be included. PS4 games will be included, just like a Game Pass. They're really going the route of a Game Pass. The only thing is, they're just starting. While the Xbox had like 3 years to do it, right?
Yeah, they're established.
Yeah, 3.5, 4 years to do it, so they're established. But of course, the Xbox fanboys, they're gonna use that to their, you know, defense, and they're gonna say, you see. But then we can use that to our defense, and we can say, well, when you guys started, it was a joke. There was nothing there, so you didn't have much stuff. But of course, after 3.5 years, 4 years, sure, you built your library. And the same is going to happen with the PlayStation. They're going to build their library with a bunch of games, including a PlayStation VR games, PlayStation portable PSP games. Don't forget that. They're going to include that as well. PlayStation Vita games, all of that will be included. And it's going to take time to acquire the rights. You know, they have to acquire the rights from other, you know, developers, studios that are not part of partnership anymore. All of that stuff takes time, but it will happen. You'll be able to play Siphon Filter 1, 2, Siphon Filter 3, SOCOM, Navy SEALs, bunch of games, you know. Ridge Racer, all of the Ridge Racers, you know. So I'm looking forward to all of those games. Yeah.
What do you see coming for the Series X now? I mean, they got the Hellgate. What's it?
Hellblade.
Hellblade 2. That looks incredible. I watched the trailer.
Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, man.
Yeah, and it looks like you're watching a fucking movie. A lot of it, you know. And I mean, I played the first one and I loved it. And now I seen the trailer. I mean, that's a Series X only. I think Xbox bought them over, so it's only going to be on Series X. But that looks incredible. I think they said some kind of a showcase coming up in April or something like that, right? Unreal 5 or something like that.
Yeah.
In
Well,
April.
Unreal 5. You know, you got to remember Unreal 5 and the Gears. That's going to be the Gears. Was the Gears 6? When that comes out, that's going to take a full advantage of Unreal Engine 5, and it's going to look probably the most realistic, to be honest, out of all of them. But that's still kind of behind the closed doors. They're not really showing us much, but so far, people from the Unreal Engine are saying that it looks very promising. And I mean, I think Gears 6, Hellblade 2 is going to be like a technical demo to showcase what's going to be possible with the Unreal Engine 5, and then the Gears 6 is going to show us how Unreal Engine 5 runs at the 60 FPS with all the goodies and all that. If they can do that, if they can master, but I think, to be honest with you, the Gears 6, when it comes out, whenever that is, most likely we're gonna have Xbox Series X, XL, like an upgraded version of the Series X, or Series XL, whatever they call it. Yeah. And I think that's what we're gonna see. It's gonna be running on a updated version of Series X, more powerful version of Series X. And I think that's where that's where you're gonna see Gears take a full advantage of Unreal Engine, in my honest opinion.
So you might have to go back to stock X for a next
I'm gonna have
generation of consoles. The next generation of consoles.
Well, I have no choice. I mean, even a Review Tech USA had to do it for.
Think about this. Like
the Steam
right
Deck.
now, I'm hearing people talking about what is it, PS5 Pro on the next rendition of Xbox. But most people right now don't even have a PS5. Imagine you get a fucking PS5 and now they're releasing PS5 Pro. You know what I mean?
Jesus, I know.
You know,
and it's been 2 years now, right? 2 years.
Yeah. Nobody thought it would be this long because you can't walk, even in Canada. There's no store that you can walk into right now
and
pick
buy
up a PS5 or a Series X. The S you can get. The S is everywhere, but not the X. Series X you can't buy it. PlayStation 5 you can't buy it anywhere, right? So most people right now do not have it. So imagine, let's say in 2023, fucking they start to say, okay, PlayStation 5 Pro is coming out, and still most people probably still won't even have the regular PS5.
So that's the new normal. You see, that's the new normal living right now. It's not just the consoles, it's everything. It's
video cards too.
Everything.
The fucking 3080, 3090, all of these, everything.
Even a Steam Deck, everything. It's a new normal we live in, and this is one of the things where I feel that the cloud technology will be the future, to be honest with you. And me and you talked about this last time we did Shadow, and I can see the cloud technology be the next stepping stone, because number one, they're hard to find. These consoles are very hard to find. They're hard to buy. And if you want to buy one, they're very expensive. That's number one. The shortage, super expensive, buying it from resellers. Number two, you have to spend money on a storage space, and the storage space is very expensive. Video games, buying them by itself are like $70, are very expensive. So where does that leave you? That leaves you with one option: cloud. And I think this is where Sony, after they release a new console, updated console, Microsoft releases their updated console, I can see them by 2030 stepping into a new direction of cloud. I'm still believing that, to be honest with you, Cameron.
No, I see it too.
I see it 100%.
It's like electric cars, right? Everybody thought it was gonna. When you think, if you 15 years ago, you talk about electric cars, nobody would think it would ever happen. But nowadays, every car company is looking to make electric cars because that's the future. That's what everybody's getting into.
Yeah.
Same thing with the subscription. I tell people, once the majority of people start, it's like Netflix. Once the majority of people jump on board, well, the big companies, they have no choice but to also follow suit, right?
Well, look at the Blockbuster. Look what happened to Blockbuster, right? From Netflix.
Right?
No one believed that the Netflix would have bring down Blockbuster. Well, they did. Just because like we talked about, just because something hasn't happened, doesn't mean it's not going to happen. And I hate to use that mythology, or that whatever. It's not even a mythology. It's a fact. These things can easily happen, and they will. This is not just me saying this. If you read Forbes magazine, if you read these investors, business magazines like a Bloomberg, stock market, business market, they all talk about that stuff, Cameron, that this is inevitable. This is where it's going. Everything's on the cloud, and that's what people want. They want everything to be at the palm of their hands. Press a button. I mean, look right now. You can listen to all your favorite podcasts. You can even listen to Sirius satellite radio on your phone. You don't need a satellite antenna and all that shit. Everything's on the internet. Everything's on the cloud, and I think that's where things are gonna be. To be honest with you, look at physical media. It's dying. I went to Best Buy the other day. I was like, They got
It's
some
nothing.
movies, but barely small
shelf is-
collections
yeah.
of movies.
Yeah. It's like a small. Yeah. It's like a fucking. Yeah. It's even here when I go into the store, I look at it.
Yeah.
It's like it's disappeared, right? It's like
Yeah, yeah.
So
They're not even
it's like
advertising it. Check this out.
even the music. Yeah, even the music. I don't even know if they even sell fucking
Yeah.
music CDs really anymore.
You
right?
don't need
But
it.
it's
You
like-
got Spotify.
everybody
Everything's on
has-
Spotify.
Everybody has, Spotify. Yeah, exactly. Or Amazon Music or something like that, or
Yeah.
Apple Music, whatever.
It's all there.
And so it's trust me, down the line, subscription service and games is gonna take over. People that say, I want to have the case. Now that's like the people who are saying they want to have the physical disc. Now most people think, I don't give a fuck, but I just want to watch the movie.
It's
on
inevitable,
Netflix.
Cameron.
It's
You
easy.
know,
It's convenience. People want convenience over owning it now, right?
I
So-
recommend that people watch that. Maybe they should skip the first 3 hours, but they need to watch that 8-hour live stream that me and you did. Remember?
Yeah.
Because man, we not only did we talk about it, but we show it to you, front and center, what we're doing, switching between the games back and forth while we're talking about it, and I really shows you what's possible, And we did that with Shadow, right? We did that with Shadow.
Yep.
And,
So even if you're using your normal PC, it's gonna work. You know what I mean? So.
the other day, I was playing Grand Theft Vice City from PlayStation Now on my phone while using a Shadow internet. And I sent you those photos, remember? I sent it to you.
And it ran perfectly.
It looks good.
Yeah.
So technology is here, and it's only going to evolve. And of course, the internet will get better, man. After 10 years, right? It's going to get better and better and better and more sophisticated. The servers will get better. All of this stuff will be more sophisticated and better, But it takes time, It takes time to evolve.
What type of internet do you have now? What's your specs?
I got the business, Comcast business, 1 gigabit up, 1 gigabit down.
Yeah, so that's what I have, and there's nothing you can't do with that. You can do
Everything.
And you can do it on more than one fucking PS. If you had 3 PS5s in your house, you would be able to do it easily. And still watch Netflix on something else. So that's what I'm saying. So you don't even really need that nowadays to do like streaming.
Multitasking,
Basically in North America, Canada, and America, it's already here. It's just in like certain smaller countries, they may not have that, but it's already here. You know what I mean? Like that.
It's just a matter of time.
The bandwidth. The bandwidth.
Before it becomes standard for everybody. 10 years from now,
exactly.
1 gigabit will be like a standard entry level.
Exactly. That's what I was telling my friend. I was telling my friend now I see here their fucking Bell has 3 gigabytes up, 3 gigabytes down, but obviously realistically most people are not going to get that yet, but the fact that they're introducing that, it just tells you that 1 gigabyte up, 1 gigabyte down is going to become the standard. That's going to be like their fucking lowest package, you know what I mean?
Because 3 gigabit is like a premium.
Yeah. And even 3 gigabytes, like even one, like you have it now, and I used to tell you, there's nothing you cannot do. Like you're never going to be requiring more bandwidth with 1 gigabyte up, 1 gigabyte down.
Absolutely not. You're right.
For streaming PS5, Series X, and fucking watching movies, you can have 10 TVs on, and it's no problem with that type of speed. So,
I've done it actually. I've been doing it, and it works fine. Never any
so the
slowdowns.
The technology is advancing at an alarming rate.
100%.
Yeah, so it makes sense that these companies are going to move towards there.
100%, man. There's no question about it. It's one of those things that's inevitable. This is, me and you, we're not, some Bloomberg, Forbes editors. This is just a common sense. It's a common sense. Anybody can see this trajectory. You don't have to be a brain scientist, a brain surgeon, whatever, to see this, or a rocket scientist, or a brain surgeon, or a heart surgeon, to realize that this is the inevitable trajectory. This is where this is going to go, unless something unexpected happens, like 2025, Nostradamus,
or a fucking zombie apocalypse, a fucking Walking Dead zombie apocalypse, and then the internet reverts. obviously it's something unforeseeable like that. But yeah,
But
right now
even
the
you know
internet.
what? Even if there was a zombie apocalypse, I think we can still have internet because the satellite's always going to be there, floating around, like Starlink, satellite internet, and solar energy. That always can be there, so we could still have some of that, to a certain degree, like to communicate, but if nothing bad happens, well, trajectory is going to be cloud gaming 100%.
You think?
Oh yeah, 100%.
You think? So another thing here. So do you think that Stadia could redeem itself and change its entire business model and say, "Fuck it, we need to compete with Xbox and PlayStation for real now, and we need to change our model and acquire these acquisition from the company from the developers, and we need to go more subscription based." They could still. I mean, they have the technology.
I mean,
it's
look,
just their business model was shit.
Look, that's a wishful thinking. Anyone can change. Quantum Mr. J can change, and he can apologize to everybody and not die on that hill. My friend Anthony can call me and apologize to me, but people don't want to change because they have some kind of ego. So same thing with Google. Google has a history of not doing that. Google has a history of just, living by their sword and dying by their sword, and they had 2.5 years to change. Now, can they change? Of course, anybody can change, anyone can have a change of heart, but that's a difficult thing to do for some people, for some companies. I can see Google Stadia changing if they change the boards of directors, if they get somebody else in charge who is passionate about gaming, who understands the gaming, who understands what the gamers want. Sure. It can happen.
But if
it can happen.
let's say they did change. Let's say they did change and they went to a subscription base.
Yeah.
Now, could they still get these big games, or are these big games now loyal to Xbox and PlayStation only, and they could like could you see the Game Pass games that you like on Game Pass? Could these games be on a Stadia, or are they locked to Xbox? Or same thing with the PlayStation. Like some of these third-party games on like PlayStation might have a relationship with fucking like I don't know, like with let's say Activision or whatever, or Xbox with Activision. Is it too late that even like let's say Stadia says, okay, you know what, in December 2023 we're gonna be all subscription based, no more charging. You pay a subscription and you can play our games for free. Now, do they have the ability to be able to get the big game companies now, or is that too late now?
You know what,
think?
Cameron? It's never too late. It's never too late. People say it's too late. It's never too late. But it's going to take some sacrifice. Google has a lot of money, and they can easily negotiate with these companies, right? All they have to do is just do what Microsoft is doing. Actually, Google's bigger than Microsoft, so they can drop $80 billion like every month, and still they're not gonna feel any pain. They can easily do that. They can easily make partnership with these companies, with these big studios, developers. They can do that. But are they going to do it? That's the question. Like I just mentioned, I mentioned the Quantum, I mentioned my friend Anthony, right? Are they going to apologize? Are they going to change? No. They don't have that ability to do so. It's called the courage, and it's called being a man enough to do so, right? Same thing with the Google. Google Stadia has proven to me in the past 2.5 years that they don't want to change.
Or even Nvidia. You said Nvidia.
Same thing.
Right, they have a yes.
They have the
power of the video cards.
So the answer is, of course, anything is possible. If we were all living in a perfect world, holding hands and singing "Kumbaya, Kumbaya." But unfortunately, we're not living in a perfect world where everybody's holding hands and singing "Kumbaya" due to the egos and other selfish reasons. So Stadia has proven to me that they don't want to change. They don't listen to communities. They don't listen to me. They don't listen to anybody. They just want a positive feedback, like Quantum wants the positive feedback, So they want that. They're no different than Quantum. They're the same shit. They want the positive feedback. So they're not going to change. I don't think so. Unless the CEO changes, a new CEO comes in, and the new CEO gets the new people appointed who are like-minded, open-minded, and understand the gamers, and they're listening to the feedback. listening to the feedback and taking it seriously. And then they can change the entire infrastructure of Stadia cloud gaming. And make partnerships with these big developers, these big studio companies, and bring us what we want. That's
what do
the
you
only
think
way.
it is? You think in their mind they see it as it's not really profitable to do all this for gaming, or what? Because I mean, gaming is huge, right? So you think in their end they're like, fuck it, it's not worth it. We just introduced a little thing and it's not worth the investment. We rather focus on fucking Google Home and these little gadgets for your home. What do you think it is on their end?
Well,
Why do you
let's
think
be
it
honest. Let's just be honest here. Let's just let's not beat around the bush concerning Stadia. And I know a lot of people will be upset about this, what I'm going to say, especially Stadia fanboys. They know they failed. They haven't accomplished what they promised that they're going to accomplish in the first fiscal year of Stadia. All the promises they made, they didn't implement. Their first-party studios are gone. They're dead. Jade Raymond left. Now she works for Sony, with the Sony Studios, working on a new company, studio developer company. She's gonna, announce that when it's ready. Phil Harrison is not on board anymore. He's not there anymore. So they failed, and they never listened to the community. They never listen to the feedback. They don't listen to what we want. They're unable to make the partnership with any of these developers, because these studios and developers, they don't want to put their games on Stadia. They want to put their games on Steam, the behemoth juggernaut Steam, right? That's where you want to put your games, right? Or PlayStation or Xbox or Steam. These are the behemoths. So why would they go and make a deal with Stadia? They know it's failing. They know it's a Titanic ship. So right now, what Stadia is doing, to answer your question, they're just trying to milk this cow to make back the money that they lost, to whatever they can make, before they shut down, officially write the letters to everybody, hey, we're shutting down the service. Thank you for being the supporter in 2019. Thank you for taking this, adventure ride with us on this journey. We really appreciate it. We're sad to tell you we're leaving. So what they're trying to do before they write that letter, and that letter will happen, mark my words, and I'll be the first one here to say I said so, that I predicted that. So what they're going to do is they're going to try to milk as much money as they lost to as much as they can make. And when they feel that they made decent amount of money to counter what they have been in debt, what they have lost, then they're going to finally announce and say, okay, we have to shut down the service. They might sell it to somebody else. They might sell it to another company or whoever, or to even make more money, but we'll see.
But see, one of the things I never liked about Stadia, and I think is the big difference between Stadia and the PlayStation and Xbox, is that so it's one thing to pay a subscription and you're streaming the game. So when you're watching Netflix, you're just streaming the Netflix. You don't own these movies, but you understand that because you're just paying to stream the. It's like you're renting these entire movies on Netflix for a monthly subscription. So that part you understand. Same thing when you go on Game Pass and PS Now. You understand when you're paying your little bit of a money for a month, you're streaming these games. But now, with the PlayStation and with the Xbox, when you buy a digital game, you have the option to download that game to a hard drive, external hard drive, and you have it forever. It's there. You don't have a physical copy, but you have the ability to download it forever and keep it on your external hard drive, and you can play it whenever you want. The thing with Stadia is that they charge you for the game, but you have no ability to download that game and to keep it somewhere.
Exactly.
In case one day the Stadia says, okay, fuck, we're not going to make no more, but whatever you have, you can still play it. Right?
That's a scary thought. That's a scary thought.
Yeah. That's the problem I never liked about Stadia, because it's one thing if you say we're a subscription service, you pay your money, and you just get to stream these games. Okay, that's okay. You understand that. But now when you're charging people full price, and now there is no way to download the game and keep it somewhere, because even on PlayStation 5 and Xbox, you can download the game and you can keep it on an external hard drive, and then you can install it on your PlayStation 5 or Series X later. So that means you can still play it.
That's a tough pill to swallow. That's
So
a tough pill
that's
to
the
swallow.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the problem I never liked with Stadia, and they never got around that. So you as the user, you're fucked. So let's say 2 years from now, Stadia says, okay, see ya, goodbye.
Yeah.
But you bought yourself 20 fucking games. You're like, what? Well, what
How
the
about
fuck?
120
Why can't-
games?
Yeah. Why can't
Yeah.
I fucking download my fucking 20 games before you guys go, and then I can still fucking play them on? Okay, I understand you're not gonna make no more Stadia games, but whatever you already made, why the fuck can't I keep playing it? Because I've already paid for it, right? If
And think about how much money that is. 120 games multiplied
Yeah.
by $70, man.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
in
yeah.
thousands of dollars, bro. You're
Yeah,
looking like a
like
$1,600. Yeah.
Like think about like PlayStation 2, they don't make it no more. But if you still have the fucking PlayStation 2 game, you can still play it because you bought it.
Exactly.
So it's the same idea.
Same thing
and
with the
that's what I
Steam.
never-
With the Steam, same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, same thing with the Xbox. If you bought a fucking Xbox 360 game, right?
It's still there.
And you,
On
yeah,
the
you can still
cloud.
play it. Exactly.
Yeah.
Even now you can still fucking play the game, right? So but
Even
with the-
Xbox
with the-
360 game that you bought, and it's synced in
Yeah.
with the cloud on the Xbox Live, it still recognizes it. You can still play it.
Yeah, but with the Game Pass, I mean with the Stadia, you have no such option. So to me, why are you charging full price when you realistically you never owned the game?
You know
You know?
what? I feel like I've been beating a dead horse, like Review Tech USA used to say. I feel like I was beating a dead horse. This is what I've been trying to tell people. I don't hate Stadia, and you know it. I still have my Stadia account. I've been supporting Stadia more than everybody. But I have to be open and honest about some of these things, some of these issues. And as a fanboy, let's say I'm a fanboy of Stadia. As a fanboy, I'm addressing a very serious critical issues that are surrounding Stadia. But nobody wants to talk about these things. Oh, that will never happen. That would have happened. They've been in service for 2 years. What makes you think now they're gonna? Well, guess what? OnLive has been in service for 2 years, and guess what? The third year, they sold it. And done. Kaput. Just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean it's not gonna happen. You can live on the hope, wishful thinking hope. That you gotta be an idiot to live your life hoping that, oh no, it will never happen. You're spending a lot of money on Stadia, buying these games. And once the service is dead, you cannot use it. All that money went for nothing. Actually, you were paying off student college loans for Google employees, basically, with all the money you spent buying these games, right? Pretty much, you know?
I think that's like one of the big things why it turned off a lot of people. It wasn't the streaming. It's the fact that you want people to pay. What was it, $10 a month to use it, and then you want them to pay full price for the game.
This is
And
what Mamba didn't understand
Yeah.
about me. This is what I was trying to tell Mamba. I said, Mamba, I don't hate. He thinks I hate Stadia. I don't hate him. I still have the active account, but I'm addressing some serious issues surrounding it, some serious problems, and no one wants to talk about this. Everybody's afraid to talk about it. I mean, what are you gonna do? Just accept the fact that you lost $1,600 and you can't use any of these games? You know? Dude, that's scary to me. Knowing that I cannot play any of the games that I spend my hard-earned cash, cannot download them. They're gone. Everything that I have on Stadia after 2 years is gone. That sounds to me like somebody put a dick up my ass and finally it pulled it out. Like 2 years they pulled it out and I'm bleeding from the anus, and now I have to relax my anus, right? Because my anus is upset because I lost like 120 games and $1,600, right? Or maybe more, maybe $2,600. So this is what the problem with the fanboys on all sides of the aisles, whether it's the PlayStation, Xbox, PC, Stadia, whatever. They don't want to listen to critical, constructive criticism about the feedback, honest feedback about their company or about their brand. They just want you to ride that train and wave that flag that Stadia is the best, forget the rest. Let's all hold hands, sing Stadia Kumbaya, and just, enjoy the ride. Let's not say anything negative. No. That's not how it works, guys, That's not how I work. if I see something wrong, I have to address it. I have to say something. I have to, you know.
Yeah.
And that's what this is about, you know.
I'm at the point now. I'm like, whoever makes the best games, that's where I'll go. I'll play those games. I don't give a fuck if Sony's making an Xbox. If fucking, let's say fucking Amazon decides to make a fucking console, and now they start making all the baddest games, I'll fucking go buy the Amazon.
Yes.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
If Amazon fucking signs the deal and they fucking make a fucking, Amazon fucking Alexa fucking console, and they're like it's 4K, and then they got like all the fucking amazing games that I like, I'll go with that.
Exactly.
Right? But I don't give a shit about like a specific
branding.
brand.
Yeah.
None of these brands are paying me money to play their console.
Yeah, they're not
right?
paying my health insurance. They're not paying anything. They're not doing shit for me.
Right.
Like,
so
why
I see
should
the
I
benefits
care?
of all the consoles. I see the benefits from all the consoles.
Of
That's why I
course.
got a Series X and I got a PlayStation 5 because I see the merits.
Of course. That's what a gamer does. A gamer likes to enjoy a little bit of everything. You know.
Yeah.
Somebody who likes technology likes to try everything. And not just limit himself to just one thing. And that's the difference between us who enjoy technology versus people who are just fanboys. It's a major, major difference, man. You know, a fanboy is somebody who is just drinking it's like looking through a keyhole. Unlike me and you looking at a 360 keyhole, where we can look around all over the place. While the person only looking at that one position keyhole, that's all he sees is just straight up. And he sees just Stadia. Doesn't see nothing but Stadia. You know, he goes, takes a piss, Stadia. He goes to eat his dinner, Stadia. Goes to go to sleep, Stadia. Go to take a shower, Stadia. All Stadia. You know, going on a trip to Disney World singing a Stadia song. So, like, that's the fanboy for you, you know. But me, I like to, experience a little bit of everything. Variety. I'm all about variety, man. You know, that's what I'm all about. But unfortunately, you know, in the world of simps and fanboys and bipolar, schizophrenic lunatics, good luck, you know. Good luck with that shit.
Everybody, it's like it's like they feel like they have to be loyal to a brand or a company who doesn't give a shit about them, right? They're like,
that's what kills me, man. That's what kills me, Cameron. Like, you know, they don't care about, they're just using you. They really don't care about your life, about what you are, what happens to you, about your family. The only thing they care about is your bank account. How much money you're gonna give them. That's all they give a shit.
Yep.
I mean, and if people cannot see that, then, well, then you're truly brainwashed. I mean, then something's wrong with you, you know. That's like a cult following, right? You know, it's almost like a cult mentality. You've been well, it's true. And that's all you do is just give money to the company. And even they are not happy with some of the features. They're not there. But I'm gonna give them my money. I'm supporting them. But you can support them all you want. They're still gonna go out of service. They're still gonna go ahead and cancel the service. They don't really care that you gave them money. Actually, the more money you give them, the faster they're gonna cancel the service, because they're like, okay, we made enough money, now we can shut down the service. Thank you, here's a nice little letter, blah 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 blah, read it, take it with you, copy it, wipe your ass with it, we don't care. And that's exactly what's gonna happen with Stadia when they officially give that letter. Thank you all for being the the backers of 2019 Stadia project. We all want to appreciate on behalf of the Stadia team. Thank you for being the first founders of the Stadia who support Stadia project. We want to thank each one of you. As a thank you, we would like to tell you that we think about you and we're always going to be there with you. Maybe, you know, we'll come back with something worse than Stadia. It's going to be a bullshit letter and that's it. And they're all going to cry and moan and they're all going to say, I never saw this coming, then they're going to start talking trash about Google. Now I hate Google more than ever. How could they do this to me? Blah, 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 blah. How could they do this to me? These are the same people who are going to play victim, but they're the same assholes who actually were giving money to Stadia.
Yep.
Hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is on the worst level these days, man. People who perpetrate the crime are pretending to be the victims, you know, and the people who didn't perpetrate the crimes are the criminals. Everything's upside down, man. Everything's just so fucked. Like I said, shithole of a world, brother. Shithole of a world. I don't mean to be so negative and pessimistic, but it is kind of shithole of the world, man. In many respects, you know. Yeah. And the reason nobody wants to debate me, nobody wants to like put me on a podcast and debate me, because they know they can't handle the heat inside the kitchen, and that's the problem. They don't want to hear the truth, because the truth is not pleasing to their ears. People only want to hear what they want to hear, right? They don't want to hear the truth, because the truth makes you feel, I don't know, like you want to cry, like you're sad, you're depressed, and people don't want to cry, they don't want to feel sad, they don't want to feel depressed, so they don't want to hear the truth, you know. And that's why they're leaning towards something to validate their reasons for whatever. The reasons why they wake up in the morning, okay? And the reasons why they go to bed at night. I need to be able to sleep tonight. I need something to validate. Oh yes, Stadia. I'll sleep tonight comfortably. Stadia. Wake up in the morning. Coffee, Stadia. Yes. It's a disease, man. It's a psychotic disease. You know, almost like an MK Ultra shit, like from CIA or some shit, where you're so brainwashed, where you just have to believe that, yes, I can breathe better now. I have no anxiety attack. I don't have any shortness of breath. I can breathe normally because I have Stadia. I know I'm using a very kind of like a bad analogy of a joke through my comedic ways, Cameron. But through this comedy, there's a little bit of truth in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But people don't want to hear it. And this is the reason why people don't want to mention my name. That way they always, let's not mention him. He's the elephant in the room. Let's just leave him there. Because they know that I speak the truth. And I'm not saying this to be, you know, Mr. Right or to be egoistic maniac or narcissistic maniac. I'm simply saying this because I like to speak the truth. Of course, I'm not a perfect person. I never used the word perfect. I made a lot of mistakes. Even me and you had a falling out. You know, I apologize to you. I said I shouldn't have said what I said to you to run your channel like the way you should run your channel. And the way I said it to you was in a very bad tone of voice. You know, I made a mistake. I made a lot of mistakes, but I was able to be a man enough to apologize to people when I crossed the line. Same thing with Richard from Digital Foundry. I made a 2-minute video and people said it wasn't enough. But what people don't know is that I had an email that I sent to him that me and him went back and forth, and I apologized to him even more with an email, you know, and he accepted my apology because I said something that was way out of line to Digital Foundry, and it was not right, you know. So it takes, you know, a man enough to apologize for something that you did wrong. I always am self-aware of something that I did wrong, and I'll always be the first one to apologize. But I'm never going to bend over, Cameron, and take it up the ass for something that I didn't do, you know. Yeah. I will never apologize for something that it's not my fault, you know, clearly that it's not my fault. But if I made a mistake, well, there won't be any arguments. I'll be the first one to like, hey, I screwed up. I shouldn't have said that. You know, I even apologized to Hard 8 when I made a mistake, when I made an error, when I said that 4K televisions don't upscale by themselves. And I didn't realize I said that. But once I reviewed the video and oh shit, I said that, then I had to make a formal apology why I said that. And here's the reason why I was wrong. And then I explained to people why 4K televisions have to upscale any content to fit that 8.3 million pixels on that panel. But it takes a man enough to admit like that you did something wrong, you know. And sadly, we don't see that anymore, Cameron. Sadly, we don't see that. What we see is I'm always right, you wrong. It's your fault,
Well,
not
the
my
internet,
fault.
the
You know.
internet,
You know?
the internet, people like the drama, right? So when you,
Yeah.
so they make things out to be worse than they are, right?
Exactly.
On the internet,
And they always take everything out of context. Everything is taken out of context. Why? Well, they're playing by that book of agenda. All right, I want to make this guy look bad, so I'll take everything out of context. You know, I'm gonna take everything, rip it apart, and just put it out there. You see, this is how he is, but they don't know the whole story, right? They don't know what really happened, so they just take the part that's bad and put it out there. But everything else leading to that, they take it out because they don't want you to see exactly what happened, what caused the trigger, right? Of falling out or argument or whatever it might be, right? Like people ask me about this whole thing with Anthony. I said, you've seen the live stream, right? You've seen the live stream. And if you haven't seen it, you can watch it. It's 6 hours long. You've seen what he did. I was screwing around. I killed him in the game as fun factor, but he took it seriously. And if I have known that he would have taken it so personal that I killed a digital fake character in the game, I would have never done it. And I let him kill me. I let him kill me many times in the game, but he still wouldn't let it go.
Yeah.
And it's all there. You can watch it. But now, I let it go. It didn't bother me. I even asked him, hey, are you okay? He says, no, I'm fine. And then we spoke to each other on the Twitter. We were talking to each other, and I had this idea, hey, listen, man, if it's going to make you feel any better, why don't we do like a WWE style rivalry thing, like where, you make a 1 minute, 30-second video against me. I'm coming for you, gingerbread man. You're next tonight. Grand Theft Auto 5 on the beach. Right? Or like something like that, like, Macho Man, whatever,
Yeah, like a feud, like a fake feud.
But he made a video that's about 7 minutes, 5 minutes, 37 seconds, talking all kinds of wild taking it personal. Like, what I did to him, how I did it, and I'm a joke, and I'm going to take down his channel. He's going down into smithereens. And I'm like, dude, why are you taking it so personal? I thought we were in an agreement. I thought we had an agreement that you got it, but he got butthurt because he couldn't take the fact that he got, in his mind, he thought that I have, what's the word? Not like amuse him, but not manipulate him, but what's the word? Humiliate him. In his mind, he thought that I was humiliating him, like I was bullying him. And if you watch the live stream, and I recommend everybody, please watch the live stream, regardless of what he says. Watch the live stream. You're gonna see that I wasn't trying to humiliate him. I was just simply having fun. Me, Brandon, and even Katie, we're all having fun. He was the one that was not having fun. He was the one that got butthurt for 3 hours, just bitching and moaning. And I was like, Jesus Christ, man, what do you want? A written, like, letter, apology, like, what, jeez, but he wouldn't let it go. And I left him a comment. I said, hey, man, let's talk. Listen, my apologies to you, what I said to you, and Katie, maybe I shouldn't have said that, but I said it. I have to, I said it. It is what it is. But come talk to me as soon as possible. I don't want to see you depressed. I left a comment on his 17-minute crying video where he said he's going to leave the YouTube. He cannot handle it anymore. He's been through so much, and yes, he's been through so much, and I feel sorry for him. What happened to his mom, and he's a good guy, but I didn't realize that he would be this fragile. That he would take something as a video game so personal, to heart. And honest to God, if I had known this, for the record, I know he's going to be watching this, or people will take this, and yes, you can use this video. It's called a fair use. I will not come after you. It's a fair use. I don't abuse the fair use, unlike Quantum. So you can use this video. It's called fair use. So if I had known, Cameron, that he was going to be this way, I swear to you, on my father's grave, I would have never done it. I wouldn't even think about, I wouldn't even by accident, hit him with a car in the game. I would drive very slowly around him. I had no idea. that he was going to be this way. But I left him a tweet. I said, hey, contact me as soon as possible, man. I don't want you to feel this way. I said, at the end of the day, it's my fault. You know, it's my channel. I should have handled it better. Guess what? I wake up the next morning. He puts out the tweet that says, Mr. 4K set me up. He destroyed my channel. He destroyed the podcast, the whole thing. All because of him. All because he couldn't follow the plot. I followed the plot of the WWE. It was you who couldn't follow the plot. You made a 5-minute video which you deleted. If that was your WWE style video, then why did you delete it? If it wasn't so insulting, if the video wasn't insulting, then why did you remove it? I spoke to Katie. Katie says that, oh, this is how we Brits do it. That's a bunch of baloney. Are you trying to tell me if I go to London, if I go to Liverpool, I can call somebody, hey, cunt, oi, cunt. No one's going to stab me. No one's going to attack me. If I approach somebody in the middle of the fucking street in London, in UK, and I say, oi, cunt, ploy. No one's going to approach me. You think of course they're going to beat the shit out of me. So don't tell me this is how you do it in UK. Don't tell me this is a British comedy of insults. Don't give me that. I'm not buying that. I'm not stupid. What I'm asking from both of you is to have a private conversation with me and have an honest conversation with me. I don't want the conversation where you guys are pointing fingers at me. Okay? And it's my fault, I need to apologize. No. You guys need to also admit to your faults. Okay? It's a two-way street. It's not a one-way street. I can admit for something that I did wrong, but I'm never going to admit something that I didn't do anything wrong. I did apologize to you about, calling him ugly, which I shouldn't have said that. It slipped out of my mouth. And I do apologize for you for questioning your autism, saying that, you could work, you're smart enough to figure out how to play a video game, you're smart enough to figure out how to open these accounts, fake accounts. I guess you're smart enough to work as an administrative assistant, as a secretary. But you took that to the offense. But I apologize to you for saying that too. Okay? You see, I'm a man enough that can say that publicly. Okay? Is he going to be man enough to apologize to me on what he did on that live stream? And people can watch that live stream? That's up to him. We'll see if he can do that. Is he going to be man enough to talk to me privately?
So he hasn't reached out to you
He hasn't reached out to me. Katie reached out to me, but she was pointing fingers at me. Oh, me. I'm at fault. I'm the bad guy. I'm this, I'm that. All this bullshit, I was like, hold on a second, man. You put him on a pedestal right now. You're chastising me right now. But you don't want to admit to what happened. You were there. Katie, you've seen what happened during the live stream. But you're going to forget that. And you're going to say, that's all just a British comedy. Bullshit. Come on. Come on, lady. What do you take me for? A yayo? A goat? Meh. Seriously. I mean this honestly. And look, I can talk to Quantum right now. If Quantum wants to come in, talk to me on a podcast. If Quantum TV wants to talk to me in a podcast tomorrow, I'll be more than happy to talk to him on a podcast. I'll bring, Brendan and Cameron can come join. Hell, even Rich can come in too. But is Quantum going to do that? Is he that type of a person to do that? I don't think so. He's not type of a person. But I'm giving him an opportunity to do that. He can come in, he can insult me all day long. I'll let him say what he wants to say. But he's not going to do that. He's not that type of a person. He's the type of a person that makes videos about people and flags and flag falsely. That's what he does. He flags falsely people. They use the fair use of his videos to tell people the truth about who he is. And then he makes videos and flags videos. People who make videos about him, he flags them. But the videos he makes about other people are not flagging him. Do you know why, Quantum? Because they understand two words, fair use, which you don't know nothing about. All right? Just like today you had a rude awakening where the YouTube is letting you know, hey, a human has reviewed Mr. 4K 20-minute video about you, and we can't see anything that's invading your privacy. We see a fair use. The video is posed of your image of a video that you posted out there on the YouTube. So if it's so private, then why did you put it publicly if there's some privacy in there that people don't want you to see? So you got some rude awakening of that too. But Cameron, you know me, I can talk to a Dracula. I can talk to the behemoth devil Satan himself on the podcast. You know, it's up to them whether or not they want to come back and talk to me. And you know me, I'm not intimidated by anyone. I'm not afraid of anyone. But if people want to talk to me, I always give them the opportunity. Reach out to me and talk to me. You know, I mean, I don't know what else to say, you know.
Yeah. Well, hopefully in time, you and Anthony maybe one day will be able to reconcile, you know, and put everything because to be mad for a video game is kind of stupid, you know what I mean?
It is sad. The whole thing is sad, man.
You know, yeah.
That we jeopardize this friendship. We jeopardize this friendship because of what? Because of what? Video game? It is sad. But that's why we need to have a private conversation. I mean, look, he can talk to me privately, offline, anytime. Both of them. You know, doesn't have to be publicly put out there. The only reason I'm mentioning them is to let them know that, hey, you want to reach out to me? You can reach out to me. But you got to remember, it has to be a two-way street where you have to admit your mistakes and your fault. It cannot be just I'm the bad guy. I'm at fault. That's not how it's going to work. Okay? Because people can watch that live stream and they can see what happened. Okay? And you took it the wrong way. You couldn't handle the fact that I killed you in a video game. And you killed me many times. You killed Brendan and even Katie. How many times? Did we get butthurt? No, we were laughing. Why? Because it's a video game. You know. So maybe you need to admit and talk to me what's going on with you. Keep it private. It could be a private conversation. But remember, if you're going to talk to me and all you're going to do is this, point fingers at me, that's not going to go anywhere. That's a dead end. It's not going to work. Both parties have to agree. Yes, I said some things I shouldn't have said about you, and sure, I apologize about that. But you also said things about me, but you're using it as an excuse. As this is how we do it. Yeah, this is just a British comedy. Come on, man. Yeah. So, you know, I mean, it has to be even Steven, guys. It has to be a two-way street, not a one-way street. This is how this works. And like me and you, like here's a good example. Me and you, Cameron, sure, I shouldn't have said some stuff to you the way I said it. I shouldn't have made those videos, and I deleted them. And of course, I was at fault for yelling at you, like, because I left a very nasty message. People don't know about this. I'm leaving some stuff out. I left a very nasty message on your Instagram. I said, telling you who should be on your member chat, who should be on your subscription. Like I was telling you how to run your channel, which this shouldn't be my business to tell you how to run your channel. And I screwed up on that point. That was on me, you know, because there were some people there on your channel which they were haters of me. They didn't like me. They were like coming from Westside Tech, Quantum Televisions, and all these other assholes. Master OLED race guys, and they were trying to dox me, give my address information. I know who these individuals are, and I was trying to warn you about them, but the way I handled it the wrong way. I jumped up on you, and I left a nasty message, and you know which one it was. So, and I'm being honest about this.
Same thing with me too. You know, but it's like I said, like emotions ran high. And it's stupid to
common sense
break up
goes
the
low.
friendship.
Yeah.
It's stupid to break up the friendship for something stupid like that. It's not like in real life, like you. It's not like in real life, like you fucking like you fucking attacked a family member. You attacked like
exactly.
That's different, right? But like for a video game or even like for these YouTube comments or a YouTube channel, it's stupid. But and and obviously people on the channel, they make it worse to be out, and then
They instigate. They instigate it.
yeah. Then things get blown out
Out of proportion.
worse. Yeah, exactly. Worse
Out
than
of
they.
context. Everything's taken out of context, obviously. To gaslight and pour more fuel on the fire. That's what they were doing, just putting all that fuel on the fire. But like me and you, like the reason I'm mentioning this, so if Anthony's watching this, it has to be a two-way street. It cannot be just, okay, this guy's at fault. He's the bad guy, and he's the potsy, he's the enemy, whatever. He's the pariah. It has to be, both parties have to admit, hey, we both screwed up. And for what? All, because of a video game, it's stupid.
I've had like, since I forgot to tell you,
Yeah.
I just remembered now, because we're talking about the past, is that since I've came back and on the channel now, I've had a bunch of people from the past who used to be on the chat from before, when we used to be around. Some of the older members, they've messaged me on the PlayStation, or they've sent me a message on my YouTube account, and they're like, "Hey, Cameron, it's been a long time. I was watching a 4K video, and I seen that you were back on the live stream, and you guys are talking again. Everything is good again." And they were telling me to tell you that they still watch your channel, and they were like, and they were telling me, like, basically to tell you that they want to come back and they want to be part of the channel again. I just forgot to tell you, because it just slipped my mind. But now we were talking about the old days. It just came to mind, right? So, but I didn't reply. Like,
well, thank you for telling me that. Look, everybody can come back, man. You have to remember, I forgot some of your names, but any of you guys can come back anytime you want. You don't even have to be a member. Everything's open. As a matter of fact, on my YouTube channel now, you don't even have to subscribe. Like, it's open. You can come in and talk and say whatever you want to say. Now, if you say something obviously that's, sensitive and crazy, then, I have to remove that, because I don't want to get, striked. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's not me, it's the YouTube. I don't want it because of YouTube. I can allow some stuff like that, But you guys can come back anytime you want, man. Even Expert Joey, Dirty Sprite, all of you guys can come back. You can talk to me and podcast and everything, So yeah, anybody, listen. Even Quantum, Mr. J. I'm not gonna say his full name, but Mr. J can come back and talk to me, bro. We used to talk. He used to be back in the days, like, we were some quote unquote friends. He used to come in, but he was just using me to get to Westside Tech. He didn't like Westside Tech, and me and Westside Tech, we had falling out, and he didn't like it. So he wanted to be my friend, say, "Hey, Mr. 4K, I like your videos. I like your settings, are pretty cool." Like kissing my ass, basically. He was I knew he was manipulating. I was letting it slide. So we were never friends, but he was just kind of manipulating me, kissing my ass to get to Westside Tech, And I used him to get to Westside Tech, and he danced to my tunes, and he went after Westside Tech, but he went too far, and I condemned his actions. Like, hey, you don't do that shit. Like, he was doxing him as, hey, that's illegal, bro. Like, I'm not going to tolerate that. Like, he was pretty much giving out his entire information, where he lives in California, what he does for a living. I said, hey, bro, that shit is illegal. I condemned that shit. And then he got mad that I turned my back on him. So what he did, he basically starts saying that I'm buying subscribers. How is it possible that this small little channel has this many subscribers and only gets so many little views? So he starts saying that I'm buying subscribers, and that's where it happened. He started talking about my physical appearance, start talking about my teeth, start talking about everything. I'm the guy who doesn't know how to put a cock inside a pussy and all this shit. And that's where it took from there. And then now he came back and joined forces with the Westside Tech. And then him and Westside Tech and the Master OLED race went after me. So you got the trios. But they made a mistake. I got him for discrimination. Master OLED race got his channel shut down twice. Quantum got shut down, I don't know how many times, because of discrimination. And Westside Tech, I don't know what's going on with him. He's just, whatever. I think he just gave up on this whole thing, which is a good thing that he did because he's a grown-ass man. So that's really what happened. That's my history with these individuals, you know.
Yeah.
But I can talk to anybody. Like I said.
Yeah, like the people who contacted me, they were never bad people on the channel. You know, they just they were so you know, one of them, I think you remember. I don't know if you remember. I think his name was Martin. He's the guy that he showed us the play share when we were playing the Demon Souls.
And I owe him an apology too. You know, I said some things about him, but I remember the emotions were too high and the common sense was too
he doesn't
low.
hold any grudges. He left a message. He left a message on my channel, on my YouTube channel, and he said he still watches all of your videos, and he just noticed that me and you were talking again, and he says he wants to come back and be part of the channel again. Right?
Yeah,
So,
I'm both me and you. I guess we're those type of people. We're type of people. We can have a fight right now, and then tomorrow we're gonna go to pub, have a drinks. You know, I don't hold any grudges. I don't have time for that nonsense. You know, but you know. It has to be a two-way street, a respect. Like, respect goes both ways. And this is my message to Anthony. It's like, Anthony, I can talk to you anytime you want. But if our conversation is going to be just you pointing fingers at me throughout the entire conversation, well, then, you know, obviously that's not going to work. You know, I'm not going to just sit there and admit to everything that it's my fault when, in fact, you need to admit that it was your fault, too. That you were sensitive, that you took it the wrong way about what happened in the game. And that's it. You know, and we can take it from there as long as you're okay and you can admit and say, hey, you know, maybe I shouldn't have taken it so much to the heart. People can see it on a live stream. For 3 hours, they can see how butthurt you were. And of course, you didn't have fun. Obviously, you didn't have fun. It bothered you. But if you want to have a conversation with me, please, Anthony, it has to be a two-way street. It cannot be just pointing fingers at me and make me look like I'm the bad guy all the time, you know. It's not going to work like that, you know. So, but I'm willing to talk to anybody, you know.
Yeah.
Anyone. Even the Satan behemoth himself, Lucifer, I could talk to. Now, I'm not going to agree with everything he says, but we can talk, you know. Yeah. Anyone. You know? So, you know what it is? It's misunderstanding. A lot of people, they don't know me. Now, if they met me in the real life, if they hung around with me, they would know a little bit better about me. But they only know me from what they see, from what I say on the YouTube, and they have all these ideas, you know. And they start thinking all these things. He must be like that guy from Lethal Weapon, Mel Gibson in the first movie, crazy motherfucker. No. I might present myself. Yeah, I might present myself for the sake of entertainment, because we are in business of entertainment on the YouTube. It has to be entertaining. If it's not entertaining, no one's going to watch it. It's going to be boring. Or if there aren't any subjects for us to talk about, they're interesting, then no one's going to watch it. It's going to be boring. It's going to say, what is this? So I'm aware of that. That we're in the business of, let's be honest, entertainment as well, you know. So I do put on the show a little bit, you know. I'll admit to that, you know. But it's all about respect. It's a two-way street of respect and understanding, you know. And yeah, go ahead. I see now you're back to with some TV videos, settings videos with the CX. I just came back for a little bit just to rub it into Quantum, to let him know that I don't charge people $5. It's for free. So every time I make a video about the settings and HDR settings, I'll be doing the HDR settings for Uncharted, the PlayStation 5 version, and I'm also going to be doing HDR settings for Star Wars Skywalker. HDR settings, and guess what? Every single one of those videos is gonna be under it's free, for free. So all free. You don't have to be a subscriber. You could be a walking anybody, a total stranger, and it's free. If you like it, don't. It's all good. So I'm kind of rubbing into him a little bit, you know, because you know why? I'm not a professional calibrator. I'm not a master calibrator. I'm just a regular guy who loves televisions. Sure, I know about the rules of calibrating and what are the rules that you're supposed to obey by not oversaturating the colors, not blowing your black digital levels and crushing them, or overblowing your white digital levels and crushing them. I understand what the rules are, but I have my preference, and these are my preferences. And as someone who has its own preference, I will never charge people for my own preference. That should be free for people to use if they like. If they don't, hey, it's free. So I kind of want to rub it into him a little bit, just rub it in, you know. That's the only reason. Yeah. But
what do you think about the new C2? You think that's going to be a big difference? Like if you have a C10, would you upgrade to a C2 or not worthwhile?
To be honest with you, because I've been kind of out of the television world for a little bit.
Yeah, me too.
And I have to do some research. I have to go in there and do some research, which that's what you're supposed to do. You go to the source. You don't go to somebody like a Quantum to find what it's all about. You go to the source. And what is the source? It's in South Korea, Seoul, the headquarters, the LG. And I had a privilege to talk to them. Very nice people. And they corrected me how to call Seoul. They really corrected me a couple of times. They're very sensitive about that stuff. Like you have to spell it out correctly, how to use the city, Seoul. Seoul. And I have to go to the source. I have to look at the specs. I have to look at the features. I have to look at the what type of pixel refresher are they using right now? What kind of a processor? What about the peak brightness of the OLED light? Is it brighter? Is it better? What's the motion flow like? Which, not that I really care about the motion flow, but to find out, is this new processor they're putting in gonna achieve anything better? So I have to do my due diligence, go directly to the source, take a pen, a pad with a paper, and write down what I have discovered about the C2. And then based on what I have discovered about the C2, I'll make my own, judgment on whether I think it's worthy of maybe upgrading for me personally. So that's what I'm gonna do, to be honest with you, Cameron. And that's what everyone should do, And I'm gonna do that as well. Go straight to the source, to look at the blueprint, to see what this new model is all about. Facts, just the facts. What's inside of it? What's the technology in there? Facts, And then, if I ever buy it, then I can give my opinions. That's how I feel. Which people should be able to do that. Hey, Luke, how you doing? I'm good. How you doing, Luke?
It's going to be good to see though if it's a big difference.
Yeah.
CX is already an incredible TV, and it's hard to see.
CX, I love C10.
Right. So.
By the way, they don't like calling it CX. They don't like
C10?
that. They like the C10. They correct me on that too.
Well, they don't realize that the X is
the Greek,
the X means 10.
The Roman numeral, yeah. They understand that, but they're just so particular about calling it C10 because when I made that video, they were very strict. I said, please do not call it CX, call it C10. Don't use the Roman numeral, call it C10. I don't know why, but
and just for shits and giggles,
yeah.
The CX is still working. It didn't suffer burn-in like people
nope.
said, right?
And guess what? My 2018 E8, all glass in, my E8. Still no burn-in. After how many years? Let's see. 2018, 2019, 2020. 4 years. Yeah. Is it 4 years? Something like that.
Yeah, 2018. It's 8, right? So that's 4 years.
Guess what? No burn-in. Nothing. Nada. Now, if you force a burn-in, Mr. J, of course there will be a burn-in. If I keep digging a hole through a cement for about 20 years, finally I'm going to crack that hole. It's going to take me 20 years, but finally after 20 years I'm going to crack the hole. So if you're forcing something to happen, guess what? It will happen. Okay?
Luke says he has a 77-inch CX. That's a monster.
Oh, that's a great TV, man. With that TV, you're good for another 5 years. I'll be honest with you, man. Here's what I tell people. Enjoy it. Take a full advantage of it. Why you have to upgrade every year? Take full advantage of it.
Here's
Enjoy
another
it.
thing. I think I don't know if it was you or somebody recently were saying. What you said you have the C8? No, I mean sorry, the E8, right?
Yeah, E8, old glass in.
E8.
Glass, yeah,
And
glass
then,
one.
and then didn't they also make, like when they had the C9, they also had like a B9, right? I
Yes.
don't know if they still make the B.
And
But
B8.
so
Yeah.
yeah. So realistically, okay, we know one of them might have more HDMI's, whatever. But if you take a 4K movie and you play that on your E8 and you play it like on your C8 or your C10, do you see a big difference? Or do you have to sit
Honestly,
there like, or do you have to sit there with like some fucking calibrating machine? Then,
you
like,
have
do
to
you see it?
sit. You have to sit with like a Hubble telescope to see like a major difference. There's no major
Yeah, 'cause
difference.
Because once it's OLED, the graphics is already going to be incredible, right? I mean, like
Yeah.
the picture is always is. Like, I mean, considering they're both LGs. And
I'll tell
have
you
an
what I
E8.
noticed. To be honest with you, and I'll be honest, I do notice that the C10, because it has a much better chip, was the A10 or something like that. They have a much more powerful chip than the E8.
Yeah.
And this chip,
Yeah.
it's making television faster, turn on faster, user interface, everything's moving faster, switching between the HDMI is much faster. While
Yeah,
on
it's like
E8,
a faster piece. It's like a it's like a faster. It's like a faster processor.
but E8, I can see that the chip is getting a little bit slower. When turning it
okay.
on takes a little bit to turn on. Switching between HDMI takes a little bit to turn on. The motion flow is not as good as the let's say the C10. So yeah, the better chip, the better it's going to be. You know,
But
the
what about
older
the
chip,
picture
the
itself?
slower it's going to be.
Let's say
Yeah.
but when they're both on though, the picture on the E8, it looks amazing. Like if somebody put both TVs there and you didn't know which one was with, the picture from your eye just looking at it, you would think that
I can't tell a difference. No way.
So that's what I'm saying. So I highly doubt C10 and C2. It's going to be like for most people, and considering we're playing the same 4K movie, I imagine it's going to look phenomenal on both. I mean, it's not going to be even worth, you know, like.
And to be honest with you, OLED is OLED. I keep telling people, whether you have a Sony OLED, LG OLED, Panasonic OLED, maybe one is brighter than the other, but the quality is going to be the same pretty much because you got the same resolution, you got the same HDR, same 10-bit color. The only difference is the processor may be a little bit brighter and faster because of the the better GPU. I mean CPU. I'm sorry, that's in there. And but quality, it's OLED. It's the same technology. Organic light emitting diodes. So every and each pixel represent every and each color: red, green, blue, yellow, red, white. White's gonna be as white, black's gonna be as black, and red's gonna be as red, green's gonna be as green. Because that's what it does. Every 8.3 million pixel gonna represent and emit every and each color. That's why it looks three-dimensional. The LCD liquid crystal display backlit LED panel cannot do that. Because it's impossible to get that kind of a contrast to get those dimming lights, that zoning of the what you call that thing? I keep forgetting it now. Full array of local dimming. It's hard to locally dim and get that contrast ratio on the LCD. It's hard to do that. While the OLED doesn't require any LED backlit, so the contrast ratio is going to be perfect with the OLED. And this is what I try to explain to people versus LCD. So OLED is OLED. OLED's always going to be better. Why do you think they're using it on your phones? Because it's so damn good. So that's one of the things that I try to explain to people, man. And
Hey Ed, Mamba just commented in the comment. He says something about he wants to apologize, or I just see it pop up right now.
Yeah, I see it too. Let me see. Hey man, just wanted to say I never properly got the chance to apologize to you and Brendan. I was going through personal things in my life, and I took my anger out on the wrong people, so I apologize. Brother, apology accepted. Mamba man, apology accepted. As a matter of fact, I didn't even know why you were mad at me. Like, we had a podcast, we had a wonderful podcast the night before, and I was like, what's going on? But I knew something was going on because I saw you, you were like with a camera. I think your mom came in or something, and like you were like in a bad mood, like something was going on. Listen, it's all good, Mamba man. Look, brother, it's all good. Apology accepted. And if I said something about you, I apologize as well. If I had said something previously that I am not aware of on my videos, my apologies to you as well, man. Everything's good, man. It's all good. And like I said, Anthony can do the same thing. He can come in, talk to me. I'm not the guy that holds the grudges. I don't do that. That's not my initiative, nor would it ever be my initiative, My initiative is for us to have a good time, for us to enjoy technology, to enjoy this life, whatever time we have left, because you don't know, tomorrow, the next day, crazy shit happening all the time. You seen what happened yesterday in the New York subway. You never know. Some crazy shit happens all the time. Wrong place, wrong time, you never know. So we all got to take, what's the word I'm trying to use? We have to look at life as a very short period. It's a small time. It's moving really fast.
Don't hold grudges. Don't hold grudges. I mean, it's different if somebody to get angry for a video game or a chat. It's different if somebody beat you up or they fucking killed your family member. That's different. But
Yeah, so, look, the sad part is, I hate to see here's the thing. A lot of these things, a lot of these falling outs, it's always because of something so small and stupid, something that's not important, misunderstanding. And like I said, sometimes when the emotions are too high, the common sense is very low because the emotions are very too high. And then that's where the out of context miscommunication happens. And the ego starts firing, on all cylinders. And then you got, that's what you have. A big backdraft of fire coming out of the, out of the apartment. Hence the word backdraft that the fire department uses, which is dangerous, man. Sucking all that air in and blowing it all out with a hot, almost like a natural gas, just blowing it all out. But yeah, man, look, man, it's all good. It's all good, brother, man. I don't hold any grudges, I'm not a saint, I've done some, said some shit that I shouldn't have said, but I try to acknowledge my mistakes, I can't do anything about my past. I can just move on and acknowledge the mistakes and hope that I don't make the same mistake twice, But, I've done some, stupid shit, said some stupid shit, that I shouldn't have. Like, I blocked Expert Joey because he had an opinion about the photorealistic graphics, and that was my bad. And I feel bad about that too, all because of opinion, Expert Joey was one of my old moderators. Maybe Mamba can remember him, I don't know. But, stuff like that, is stupid. So, like I said, I'm not an angel. I'm going to sit here and sugarcoat myself. It's just a matter of acknowledging, hey, let's not make the same mistake twice. Let's move forward. And if we make the new ones, let's just acknowledge them and move forward,
Yeah, for sure.
That's all we can do. We were going to make some new mistakes for sure. But we have to handle it better. And of course, I have to handle it better too. Again, this is my channel. I'm the captain of the ship. I need to handle it better. I need to also control my emotions. Like, I had to make an apology today to poor guy, what's his name? Andy? Jesus Christ, man. I mean, you've seen what happened. You were there.
Yeah, Andy, I forgot about that, yeah.
I'm terrified of looking at that shit.
Yeah.
I'm terrified of looking. I was like, what the hell? Like, is that even me? I was like, is that even me? No, really, I said, is that even me? But it was me. It looks like me. Definitely is me. It's like, and for what? Because he had an opinion, like, come on, that's on me. And I fucked up. And you were there. You saw it, you were there, Cameron. You witnessed
the... Jose was there too, I think.
Yeah. But, Luke, MT Tech. I remember you, Luke. I remember you, brother. Yeah, you from New York, Luke. I remember you, man. Big Luke. You were also in the military. I remember you. Yeah, let the bygones be bygones, Luke. Yeah, man. You know, and I said some stuff about you I shouldn't have said. Like when we were playing, what was it, Metro Exodus, I shouldn't have jumped out on you. And you know, the way I chastised you and the way I, you know, pinned you down, put you in a corner. So my apologies to you as well.
Yes, we can see your comments. Look, he's asking if we see his comments.
Yeah, they're showing up. I can see you, man. Yeah. I can see you, and there might be.
They just don't realize me and you are talking.
Delay,
we're like 15 seconds. Yeah, we're 15 seconds ahead of them.
Yeah, delay.
So that's why. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, man. Look, I feel bad about that. I feel bad about what I said about you, and again, you know, I'm not proud of that, you know, and shouldn't have said that. But then again, when the emotions are too high, the common sense is very low. It's such a terrible thing, man. The same thing with Will Smith and, you know, Chris Rock. You know, the emotions are too high. He's about to win his Oscars. The common sense is very low. He didn't like the joke that Chris said about Jada. Jada looked at him, you know, gave him that look, and he went out and staged him. And that one slap, that's it. Screwed up his entire life now. Because of that one slap. Well, because of stupid things, man. It's always, you know what it is, man? It's always of the stupid things. Same thing with the Anthonys. Because of, I wish that I never played the goddamn Grand Theft Auto. I wish that I never touched the damn thing. It's that game, it's so jaded, so cursed. It's almost like the Grand Theft Auto is so goddamn cursed, man. Sorry for cursing using the word goddamn. I shouldn't have. Just damn cursed. You know. Yeah, man, I can unblock you, though, for sure. Luke M. Tech, sure. Can you send me a link? Oh, no, he cannot. Luke M. Tech. Yeah, I can unblock you, bro. I can do it. I'm going to look you up on a YouTube. Luke M. Tech. Yeah. I can do that, man.
Here, even me too, the main channel, because I come with the camera and plays. But
yeah, even your main channel. Oh, there you are, Luke M. Tech. I see you. There he is. There you are. Yeah, man. I got you, brother. You're unlocked. I'm gonna subscribe to you and unblock you. Let me see. There we go. Unblocking this user will allow them to comment on your videos you uploaded. Sure, submit. There we go. It might take a little time for the YouTube to process this, but you are unblocked now. You should be able to do it. What about you, Cameron? What's yours?
That's mine. I just sent. Oh no, fuck! Hold on. I gotta. Okay, hold on.
All right. Oh, I know Stuart, Florida. You're not that far from me, man.
1 second. Let me. Okay, I gotta go back to this channel.
Yeah, I know, Anthony. You know, but you know, we all take it too far, man. Even I included sometimes. That's again, emotions too high, common sense way too low. You know, that's what happens basically. You know.
Yeah, this one is. Let me send it.
Yeah, I can unblock your original Stephen H. I was looking for it. I couldn't find it, Steve. Oh, it's Stephen H. Stephen H. Is there like a symbol or something?
I sent a link to my channel. I don't know if you can do it like that. But
so it's just a Cameron D, right? Yeah.
No, it's just Cameron now.
Cameron?
Just
Cameron, let me see.
In the chat, I sent a link to the channel. I don't know if that helps.
Let me see. No, I don't see the link. Can you just type it in, like the whole thing? Let me see. Oh, you know what you can do? You can send it to me on my Instagram, and I'll just do it from there. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I see what you're saying.
You can do that. Yeah. Let me see if I can find you.
Something that Luke was saying. What do you think about Sony TVs now, like Sony OLEDs compared to the LG? You think there's a one is like, how do you think Sony is handling it now? You think they're like a big deal compared to the LG, or LG you think is still king, or what do you think?
Well, the way I look at Sony, you know, it has a good quality picture. They have that Sony X processor, or whatever it is that they have right now. Like I said, I've been out of the TV game for a while, but I have to look into it. But they always have that processor, and that what you call it, Bravia X, is it X1 or X2 now? I'm not sure which one number it is, that Bravia X processor that they have, the chip, has always been progressing. And, you know, some people say that it's faster and better than the LG one. But again, that's all kind of subjective. You have to remember, when it comes to television, there's a lot of subjectiveness. In order for me to really know, I would have to try both of them, honestly. You know, this is why I wish that I had the opportunity to do what Paul Tech is doing. Paul Tech, the giant, where he gets these different TVs.
Yeah, I know him. I know him.
If I had that opportunity, the tech giant, Paul. If I had that opportunity where I can try every 15 days, like let's say Magnolia tries to help me out and they let me try a different television every 15 days, or give me televisions to try out together to put a, you know, comparison, then I'll be able to give you my honest opinions on how do I feel about this, the new Sony A, whatever they call it, JO, whatever.
Yeah, I think he said it's AJ80 or something like that. Or
AJ9 or something like that. Yeah, if I could have like that kind of flexibility to try these televisions and then return them, then I'll be able to make videos about it. I'll be able to give you my honest opinions, how I feel about it, do some testings on it. But unfortunately, you know, I don't have that luxury. You know, this is one of the problems right now for me, you know. I personally like LG, but that's subjective because all I have is LG. You know, so I don't have a Sony OLED, so I can't really say much about Sony OLED because I don't have it, and it wouldn't be fair.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
It would be totally unfair for me to say anything about Sony OLED because I don't have it. And so that's why I gotta have it to be able to say anything. I think that's fair, right? I mean, I mean, I shouldn't be able to make any comments until I have it, you know. And then I have both of them, then I can say, okay, this is how I feel. This is my opinion, you know.
I sent the link on your on the Instagram for the main channel.
Oh yeah, on the my Insta. Let me see, Insta supermodels. Graham, here we go.
So Luke is saying that the Sony AJ80 is the Sony TV, and he says he still prefers the LG. And the LG is also and he says the LG is also cheaper to buy.
Well, it's true, actually. It is actually. LG is cheaper. Sony is more expensive. You can get LG like Brandon bought it for $1,500. C1. He bought it, and it's a pretty good deal, you know. Yes, I know.
So now the C1s, right now the C1s are the TVs that you're going to be able to get like on sale because the C2 is coming out or it's already out, right?
Well, yeah, you can get a C1 right now. Yeah.
Yeah, so right now you want to. I guess the C1 stock is the one you want to get, like for especially Christmas time coming up. That's the one you're probably going to get on a big discount.
Yeah. And look, I've been using LG for a long time now, and but again, it works, and I love the user interface. I love the controller. I'm so used to the LG. I went from C6, B6, C7, C8, and of course E8, C10. So I don't know. I went to a bunch of them. I went through, and I'm kind of subjectively used to LG. So yes, I'm gonna always say LG, but I would love to try Sony OLED. Even the A1, the old A1, I would love to try it. You know, that old A1 Sony, I would love to try it. With those speakers that they have built inside of them, you know. I think they discontinued them. They don't have it anymore. But I would love to try it, you know. Here, I got you.
All right.
I got you, Cameron, here.
All right, thanks. And whatever happened to Samsung? Like, weren't they like pushing like the QLED? Mm-hmm. Is that what they were pushing?
Yeah, QLED.
Whatever happened to them? What's going on? I mean, obviously you said you're not around it no more. But
Yeah, I'm not around it either. I'm not around it. I would have to kind of really get back into it and go through the Samsung website, go through their lineups and see what they have. Go through LG, Sony, and like Sony, LG, and Samsung. Go through those three major behemoths and see what they have. And then I would have to look at their technology. But then again, you know, I would love to have my hands on these televisions just so I can give you guys my own opinion, you know. And that's one of the things that I always tell people, that's missing right now. That it's difficult for me, even though I would love to. I tell people, I mean, how many preference settings can I make for the LG, right? I can only do it for like maybe 5, 6, 7 times, and that's it. And I already gave you my settings. But the reason it's difficult for me to go back to televisions like a full time is because I don't have that luxury to be able to, to get televisions. I tried. I applied for some sponsorship, but I haven't heard nothing from them. So it's one of those things. If I ever get the opportunity to like get somebody like Magnolia or whoever that would be willing to sponsor me and do the same thing like they're doing for Paul the Tech Giant, like what he has in UK or something similar to that, I would. Oh yeah, I'd jump. I would still do live streams. I would still do podcasts, but I would be able to do like a full time, like a television videos. I would be able to do that. I'd be able to tell you my honest opinions, give you the comparisons, what I think. So yeah, but the problem is, they're not knocking on my door exactly and asking me, hey, would you like to partner up? Due to my channel, the way my channel is, and how sensitive it's like Howard Stern on steroids, and unfiltered. So they're kind of like.
I seen a video with Paul Tech Giant.
Yeah.
When he had the C1, and then he said that he was upgrading to the the G1, the more expensive one, right? So he said he went and he got the G1, and he was saying, and he made a couple of videos where he was saying that when he had the C1, he never had any problems. It was great, and he expected the same with the G1. And he said when he got the G1, it's obviously a lot more money, and he said the G1 he kept getting problems. The first time, the TV, the sound would stop working on the TV.
Yeah.
And he updated the software and all that, and he kept getting problems. And he said he was surprised because he thought that this would be even better than the C1. And the C1, he said, it was always flawless, never had a hiccup. And he used to test it with the PlayStation and with the Series X, and I think like the C model is probably like right now, like overall, like I don't think there's a reason to go to the G really, right? I think the C.
I mean, C1 is a pretty good deal too. If you can go like a 65-inch C or even 55,
especially on a deal, right?
On a deal, I mean, you're getting a really good TV that's gonna last you for at least 4 years, 5 years, man, easily 4 years. And I tell people, enjoy it, take the full advantage of those 4 years. And then after 5 years, 6 years, when something better comes along, something that's super great, with a much better resolution, better, maybe a 12-bit instead of 10-bit, if ever 12-bit televisions comes out, which they probably will. And then you upgrade when something substantially great comes out. But upgrading televisions every year, it's
bullshit.
Televisions are not phones. It's not your phone. It's
your phone, man. There's no need for 90% of the people to even upgrade their phone every year.
So my advice to people is wait, take the full advantage of that TV, enjoy it, have fun with it, and then when you're finally done with it, then you can sell it and get another one when it's ready to upgrade. Well, gentlemen and ladies, and if there's some ladies that are secretly watching this, you never know. I gotta run. My food delivery will be here. The DoorDash should be knocking on my door any minute now. It's been a pleasure talking to all of you guys. I'm glad that we had this conversation. I'm glad that you guys are coming back. Like I said, I can talk to anybody. Yeah, Brandon, welcome back. But tomorrow I'll be busy. Friday I might be on. I'll let you know when. Friday, probably in the evening sometime, but I will keep in touch. But tomorrow I will be busy the entire day. But look, I'm glad we had this conversation. I'm glad that we had this live stream. And love you guys all. Be good. Stay safe. And I'm going to catch you on the next time.
It was great being here again.
Oh, it was my pleasure, man. My pleasure, big time.
Yeah.
And thank you all for being here. And look, I have unlocked some more cars. I'm doing this for the Mark Goncharuk for that kid. Yeah, so it's gonna be his PlayStation. I just gotta find him.
I was so into the conversation, I wasn't even paying attention to the game anymore. I wasn't even
I know.
realizing you were even. I wasn't even realizing you were even playing the game. To be
I know.
honest with you, you know, I was just into the
Multitasking.
conversation. Yeah, I was into the conversation, so I wasn't even playing it. But yeah, but that's pretty good. Right.
So yeah.
yeah.
Thank you, Cameron. Thank you, guys. Thank you all. Make sure you watch that 8-hour live stream we did on the Stadia, on the cloud gaming, on the PlayStation Now. That's a pretty good 8 hours and 5 minutes. You're not gonna be disappointed with that. So till next time, till Friday, most likely Friday, I'll catch you guys with a Star Wars Skywalker. Like in the evening, I might jump in, you know, and I'll see you guys on Friday, 100%. But I'll keep in touch with you, Cameron. I'll let you know. I'll keep in touch with you, Mamba. You can catch me on a Twitter, and I'm glad that you know, we had a great live stream, great conversation. And remember, guys, life is too short. Have fun, enjoy it, and stay blessed. Till Friday, guys. Be good.
All right, everybody. Have a good day.
Cheers. Cheers.
Later.